All right, we're going to go ahead and start the board meeting. Good morning. We welcome you to our regular scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The acting chief executive officer, county council, executive officer, and the sergeant at arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation will be led by the Reverend Cynthia Wally Hager, First Congregational Church of Long Beach from the 4th District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Timothy J. Lovett, member, American Legion, Santa Clarita from the 5th District. If you are able, please stand.
Loving Creator God, in the gift of this new day, in the gift of today's rainfall, in the gift of this present moment, let us be grateful, but also let us be attentive. Let us be open to what is happening now, and let us be open to what has never happened before. We ask that you be with us as we set about on the work ahead. Help us to really see and hear one another as we engage in this work. Help us to listen for what it is that you are calling us to do and be in this world. Help us to embrace our differences, to see past our disagreements, and to reach out across divides in new and creative ways. Help us to be attentive to the needs of those of whom we represent. And may we always strive to act out of love and not fear. May it be so. Amen.
Good morning. I'd like to thank my wife, Kimberly, Captain Nancy Escobedo, Lieutenant Hector Mancinas for supporting me in this, as well as the rest of my Sheriff's Information Bureau family. Thank you for coming out today. Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may render a hand salute. And join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In honor of LGBTIA+ History Month, I'm pleased to welcome the Reverend Wally Hager, who serves as the Associate Minister for the First Congregational Church in Long Beach. Reverend Wally grew up in San Bernardino and has lived in Southern California her whole life. She attended Chapman University, where she earned a Bachelor of Arts in Religious Studies and Organizational Leadership, and later Claremont School of Theology, where she earned her Master of Divinity. Ordained in the United Church of Christ, she has served 3 churches over her 20 years of ministry. She currently serves at First Church, as it's affectionately known, which sits proudly at the corner of arts and justice. They have a long history of engaging in the issues important to our local community and beyond. During the AIDS crisis of the 80s and 90s, they were fierce advocates for the LGBTQ+ community, a legacy that continues today. Every year at the Long Beach Pride Parade, for a portion of the parade, they unfurl a 60-foot-long banner that shields marchers from protesters with the words, "We protect our children from hate." And thank you for that, because I get yelled at sometimes when I'm in that parade. They were also the first church in Long Beach to host a drag show in their sanctuary, and most recently, they raised over $5,000 at their drag trivia night to benefit the Trevor Project, which provides life-saving crisis support and suicide prevention services for our LGBTQ+ youth. When she's not leading worship or organizing at church, you'll often find Wally speaking at City Hall, rallies, and protests. For example, she was honored to offer the prayer at Long Beach's Trans Day of Remembrance. Wally lives in Long Beach with her wife, Kelly. They just celebrated their 10-year wedding anniversary last weekend. Their 4-year-old daughter, Laurel, and their mini chickens and cats live with them. So thank you so much for being here this morning. You honor us with your presence and your words. So on behalf of the County of Los Angeles, we have a little token of our appreciation for you attending our meeting today. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking Sergeant Timothy Lovett for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Sergeant Lovett served in the United States Marine Corps from 1998 to 2000. He served with the 2nd Battalion, 7th Marine Regiment, Fox Company as a rifleman infantry squad leader. During his service, he received the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal with Combat Distinguishing Device and the Iraqi Campaign Medal. Sergeant Lovett currently works for the Sheriff's Department, where he oversees the Sheriff's Information Bureau personnel, who are all in the audience, by the way. He also was previously worked at patrol for both the Palmdale Station and the Temple Station as a field training officer. He is currently finishing up his bachelor's degree in criminal justice with National University and plans to begin a degree program in Homeland Security and Criminal Intelligence next year. Sergeant Lovett is from Santa Clarita, where he resides with his wife, Kimberly, who's here with us, and his children, Madeline, Trenton, and Connor, Avery, and Anthony, who is currently active duty in the Army. While he's not working, he enjoys golfing, weightlifting, coaching his kids' sports, traveling, and collecting sports memorabilia for his children. Sergeant Lovett, thank you for your service to this nation and for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance and for everything you do each and every day when you put that uniform on. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. There we go. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And now we have a cat, but I'm going to let them hold the cat, because if I hold the cat, it may jump out and run away. But this is the sweetest cat. His name is Tux. He's a 5-year-old cat who is sweet, gentle, and very, very easygoing. He loves cozy naps and playing with feather toys. He's looking for a relaxed home where he can be your loyal and loving companion. If you're interested in adopting Tux, please call the Agora Care Center at 818-991-0000.
0071. And seriously, he was up, he just lays in your lap and is very, 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 very mellow. Thank you for being the model today. And now, would you please turn your attention to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. Everyone is raving about this sweet dog. Her name is Rave. She's a 3-year-old Siberian Husky. Her warmth and energy will make her your forever friend. To bring Rave home, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. And as a reminder, adoption fees are waived whenever it's raining, which it is today. So head to animalcare.lacounty.gov to see all the pets that are ready to snuggle up with you on this rainy day. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right. We are now going to have the executive officer please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter 1. Set Matter 1 is a report by the Chief Executive Officer on the county's budget, including the latest federal and state policy changes with potential impacts to county staff, contracted providers, and service delivery. On item Set Matter 1, this item will be held for report. On page 3, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 2 through 11. On item 8, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 9, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 11, the Executive Officer requests that this item be continued 1 week to October 21st, 2025. On page 9, Administrative Matters, items 12 to 30. On item 13, the Acting Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued 1 week to October 21st, 2025, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 15, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 22, the Fire Chief requests that this item be referred back to the department as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 22, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda, item 28A. On page 23, Special District Agenda. This is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Development Authority, items 1D to 5D. On item 2D, this includes a revision as indicated on a supplemental agenda. On page 27, Special District Agenda. This is the agenda for the meeting for the Los Angeles County Public Works Financing Authority, item 1F. On page 28, Notices of Closed Session, items CS1 to CS4. On items CS2 and CS4, these include additions as indicated on the supplemental agenda. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. The requests for refer back and continuance through CS4 are before you.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today's board meeting order will be closed session matters followed by set matter 1, then items 8, 9, and 15, finishing with public comment on items not held for discussion by the board and general public comment. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and explain our speaking rules.
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely. To participate remotely, please visit our website at www.bos.lacounty.gov to register and join the meeting, or you may call 213-306-3065 and use access code 25390826861 and meeting password 2672025. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board, 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes. When it is your turn to speak, if registered on a computer or device, you will hear a beep and your name will be called. Or if joining by telephone, you will hear your line is unmuted. Your area code and the first 3 digits of your phone number will be called. To ensure we hear from both in-person and remote speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. Madam Chair, members of the board, before we go into closed session, we will take up public comment on the closed session items.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
Do we have any public comment?
Okay. Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. We will go to remote speakers. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address and closed session items, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Will caller 81645, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and I'll comment on the closed session items only. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Supervisor Barker. What can I say? Thank you to the LA Times for the report on the AB 218 potential fraud. It's heartbreaking. The county ought to pause the conveyor belt of payouts long enough for an actually independent audit. You know, quickly review these files, make sure there's no duplicates, and we have to figure out how to do a better job of vetting. And, you know, vetting after payment is damage control, which is what we're dealing with now. The cleanup has to start while things are still warm. We've got to shut this down. And we got to replace the current claims board. By the way, I hope Davenport's okay. It's good to see Nachita back in the chair, but that's very bad timing to be stepping away. I hope she's okay. We need a public claims board with people who don't work for county council, CEO, and auditor controller, but actually have eyeballs and a fresh take and the possibility of identifying these kinds of problems. So that needs to be done. And, you know, it's all, we got distracted in the big fight for Measure G, which is off to the side, nowhere. Nobody wants to add more of same of what we have. We need to make accountability a priority here. And we have the fact that it's the largest settlement in the history of the United States
Thank
of America.
you. Next speaker, Shada Colomater, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Shada Colomater. I am a mother in north of Santa Monica area. My daughter is now attending Roosevelt Elementary. I wanted to speak on the lack of transparency of the 2 facilities being opened on 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue.
This is public comment on the closed session items only?
Yeah,
Okay, my apologies.
no problem.
Thank you. We'll move to the next speaker. Oh, to everybody. Okay, there are no other speakers. That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. While the board is in closed session, we will be showing video presentations. Supervisor Solis has a video presentation recognizing the Restorative Care Village in East Los Angeles, Temple City Moon Festival, and Pasadena Humane. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS2, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, 2 cases. Item number CS3, conference with labor negotiators and designated staff from the Chief Executive Office. Item number CS4, public employee performance evaluation as indicated on the posted and supplemental agendas.
Supervisor Solis is someone who is so deserving of this award, not only because she's led an incredible life as a public servant, but also for all the things that she has done for our community for so many years. We have all followed her career from being on the board of Rio Hondo College to being on the California State Senate, the Assembly, then as a long run as a congresswoman, and then of course as President Barack Obama's Secretary of Labor, and now as the member of the Board of Supervisors for so long, almost 12 years now. I think the one thing that really stands out is her commitment to our community here in Southern California, especially as a member of the Los Angeles Board of Supervisors. So many things that she has done, from feeding the homeless, feeding our communities, especially during the pandemic, caring about the environment and doing so many things for our community. Those are just a few of the things that she does and she continues to do. Her heart is huge. She's done so much. Hilda and I, we go back probably over, believe it or not, Hilda, over 40 years. And I met her when I was president of Nosotros with Ricardo Montalban, the actor. And she was on the board of the Rio Hondo College. And I remember her always attending our events. She's always done an excellent job in all the positions that she has served. And she's always been there. One thing that I admire about Hilda also is that she's never forgotten where she came from, all the way from La Puente to El Monte, all the way to the Secretary of Labor, one of the, you could say, probably 6th position in the nation, 6th in line to the presidency, and she was always there, regardless. Whenever we will call her, she will pick up, or her people will pick up, and she will return the call, and she will always ask, what is it that we need? Whether it was the arts, whether it was health, education, seniors, the pandemic. My God, the pandemic, she was always out there with all the cities that she represented and beyond, and serving and giving and risking her health. And she didn't care. She cared about the people. And that's what Hilda's all about. She's always caring about what is it that the community needs? What is it that the people that she represents, what is it that the American people need? And that is very important for all of us. Because whenever we need something, whether you're in her district or not, she always will try to help you. And most of the time, they do help.
There's no words to describe Supervisor Solis other than she's an amazing, amazing woman that I can only aspire to be. As a city manager of one of the largest cities in LA County, having Supervisor Solis as my resident has been such a blessing. Not only has she been a mentor to me and my staff, and also when we had the death of our police officers, she sat in my conference room the whole day, canceled her calendar, mentor the new chief, who is now also has now also passed, Chief Ben Laurie, and mentor me through such a difficult time. And that's one of the that's one of the things that I can never forget, and I'm deeply, deeply thankful for her mentoring us through such a difficult time. Another thing about Supervisor Solis is that she has this ability to really fight for the most vulnerable. In our city, we have 2 Project Home Keys that we named after her because of how much work she's done in helping the most vulnerable populations. We also have McLaren Hall, which is one of those places that has such a negative history, and she's going to transform it. She's going to transform it by providing us with soccer fields for community and something we don't have in the city, and also put in affordable housing for seniors and transitional age youth and veterans and also vulnerable populations. So she's transforming a place that has hurt a lot of people, you can say that, into a place that will benefit and change so many lives. Another thing about Supervisor Solis is that she's never forgotten where she comes from. And she's very good at reminding me, I'm a resident of your city. I watch the council meetings. I know what's going on. With Supervisor Solis, she's always built a legacy that's very rooted in equity, justice, and more than anything, service. And I've learned that from her. And I dedicate my work with my city council to make sure we model all those leadership skills after her.
I've personally witnessed Supervisor Hilda Solis's lifelong commitment to public service in so many ways that are many to mention. She's an incredible human being with an incredible heart and a deep passion for ensuring justice and well-being for our community. Specifically, Supervisor's unwavering commitment to healthcare access for everyone has been a trajectory of her leadership in the last 10 years. She has ensured that My Health LA, which is a program that supports everyone in Los Angeles having healthcare and healthcare access, continues to be funded. In times like we're facing today, where there's uncertainty in how our community's most vulnerable can access the best of human rights, including healthcare, it is important to see how she continues to bring forward policies that ensure that people, regardless of their ability to pay, can come to a medical center like ours at the LA General Medical Center and ensure that they are seen with dignity and respect and receive the highest level of care as anyone else in our community. In the area of public safety and community strength, she has always stood above leadership initiatives by ensuring that any of those public safety initiatives are grounded in our community. Many of the initiatives that I've been involved with have ensured that there is a place for community at the table, and in particular our youth and the development of leadership in our youth, which is essential to strong and forward-thinking public safety. We are so proud of the leader that she is and how she manifests many of her strengths through the initiatives that she puts forward and ensuring that the youth of our community are really front and center of those initiatives. So another initiative that has been incredibly important to our community's most vulnerable is the Care First Village in downtown LA, which has provided stability and wellness for those that are coming out of our justice system and provide an opportunity for our community to be met with dignity. This has been an incredible opportunity to transition people from some of the most difficult places like our central jails to a transition of care that really focuses on resiliency and well-being for our community. And we can't imagine a community of healing without the initiatives that this Care First investment has created for our community.
Supervisor Hilda Solis has set the gold standard for public service. With all of her accomplishments, which are too many to be able to name in this short introduction, but they go from helping farm workers in the Central Valley when they were met with violence, to protecting farm workers from pesticides, which she was in the U.S. Congress, doing all of the great environmental work that she has done that is going to be permanent, setting lands aside so that they will be not destroyed or corrupted. The work that she did for women in Juarez, Mexico, when she was there to protect and demand some answers for the women that have been killed when the feminicide was going on. Her work, of course, in Los Angeles County, being one of the leaders and making sure people have second chances. And we can go on and on and on. And all of these accomplishments that Hilda has done, it's never about Hilda. It's always for the people, for the working people, for the people that nobody else thinks about or cares about. So we're so blessed to have Hilda Solis. I want to congratulate Hilda and just let her know that we are there with her. We want to thank her so much for all of the work that she has done. Con Hilda Solis se puede.
Felicidades, Supervisor Hilda Solis, and thank you again for all of your work, commitment, and love for our community. Hilda Solis, felicidades, muchas gracias. Thank you for all that you have done and continue doing. And you have a lot more that you're going to be giving our community. Muchas gracias, felicidades, thank you, God bless you, and si se puede.
Congratulations, Supervisor Solis, for the HCAL Leadership Award.
Congratulations to Chair Pro Tem Hilda Solis for this incredible recognition and demonstration of your leadership in the face of adversity and with unwavering strength, ensuring that all of the initiatives that you've put forth are grounded in your wisdom and strength for the health and well-being of our community.
Interim housing site made possible through funding with the Department of Mental Health and in partnership with Brilliant Corners and the developer Steve Lee. This site is more than a building. It represents hope, stability, and a doorway to healing and growth for the individuals who will call it home.
It makes me happy to see that these kinds of projects are working and they are helping us to lead with compassion, with care first, and providing culturally competent and linguistically capable individuals that can provide the services to those that are unhoused.
And programs like this is what gives the best chance to our folks down here in this community. Whatever role you play, we all have a role in mental health.
The doors that will open here today aren't simply doors to apartments. These are doors to new and healthy lives for those who will be fortunate enough to live here.
We're here at a groundbreaking for our Restorative Care Village on the campus of LA General Hospital. And we are excited because potentially there will be over 296 units of affordable 100% housing for people who are in need of assistance that can heal here, can get mental health, substance abuse treatment, respite care right across the street, all of that to help bring people together.
1, 2, 3, roll.
Century is a CDFI, a community development financial institution that has been building and financing affordable housing since the late 90s. It is Southern California based and operates throughout the state of California. You learn as you talk to people more and more and hear about how, for example, they were born in the hospital and have had this in their minds for 30 years. And, you know, the community needs housing and they need support in terms of these mental health and behavioral health resources. And to use the skills we have as an organization to bring that to bear is ultimately why we exist as a nonprofit.
The transformation of this community really starts with Supervisor Solis's vision and leadership, which she had many years ago in transforming this entire campus, repurposing it. It starts with vacant land that is being used, but ultimately will end with the general hospital building itself being transformed into affordable housing. And I really think the winners in all of this are the people of this community who have been promised for many, many years that something like this might happen. Now they're actually starting to see buildings being erected, the transformation, and not just opportunities for affordable housing, but for job creation, for community gardens, artwork, all of the things that they'll be able to enjoy within this community.
Okay. We are now back in open session. Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on October 14, 2025. On item number CS1 through CS4, no reportable action was taken. We will now move on to set matter 1, report on the county's budget. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone. Representatives from the Chief Executive Office, Public Social Services, and Los Angeles County Development Authority will make a presentation. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Can I have the slides up, please? Thank you. Okay. Last week, we provided your board and the public with an overview of how a prolonged government shutdown would harm county residents and disrupt county operations that rely on federal funding. I am disappointed to report that the situation in D.C. has not improved since last week. Yesterday, House Speaker Mike Johnson predicted that this government shutdown could become the longest in U.S. history, longer even than the previous record 35-day shutdown in 2019 during President Trump's first term of office. Speaker Johnson also signaled a refusal to negotiate with Democrats over the extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies that expire at the end of the year. In short, productive discussions appear to be at a bit of a standstill, and today's presentation will focus a little bit on what's next for the county. If I could have the next slide, please. As the shutdown drags on, the scale of its impacts will be unpredictable and potentially unprecedented, and I think it's really important to acknowledge that as we start this presentation. Vulnerable county residents and millions like them all over the country risk losing access to food assistance, housing assistance, healthcare services, and other safety net programs that they rely on to meet basic daily necessities. One of the most concerning aspects of a prolonged government shutdown is that there is no guarantee that the federal government will make states and counties whole for federally funded benefits they provide using state or local funding during the shutdown. Our legislative team in DC reports that there is no public law that requires reimbursement for benefits or services provided during a lapse of funding associated with the federal government shutdown. During past shutdowns, legislative language was advanced to allow for full reimbursement. After the longest shutdown in 2019, Congress explicitly provided for such funding and legislation in the Continuing Appropriations Act for that federal fiscal year. Now, of course, our county legislative advocates will push for legislative language that requires reimbursements, but like I said, there are no guarantees. It is impossible to predict what this administration and Congress will do, and that uncertainty increases the longer the shutdown lasts. So why is that so concerning? Today, we'll focus our presentation on federally funded benefits administered by our Department of Public Social Services and the LA County Development Authority. They were here last week and they have some additional information to share today. The federal benefits administered by DPSS and LACDA are most immediately at risk, and the two departments administer some of the most critical benefits for our community. For DPSS alone, beginning on November 1st, the cost to the county to backfill the loss of federal funding would be about $120 million a week. So I'd like to just put that into perspective. So about 3 weeks of backfill would exceed the annual budget for our public defender. Within about 6 weeks of backfill, we would have spent the equivalent of our entire rainy day fund balance. So I've talked to Dr. Contreras, and after talking to her, I do not believe that there is a realistic scenario where the county can afford to backfill or even bridge these federal benefits during a prolonged shutdown. Without the guarantee that the federal government will reimburse us for benefits backfilled or bridged, we would do so at our own financial peril at a time when we are already experiencing unprecedented strains on the county's budget. Statewide, other counties are facing the same impending crisis, and the state is engaged with us and other counties to develop contingency plans to minimize the short-term and long-term impacts to our communities. Just as an example, the state may be able to leverage some prior year carryover from these funding sources to bridge. That is a discussion that's ongoing. It's not certain at this point. But the state, like us, is concerned about bridging because of the extraordinary cost of these federal benefits without the guarantee of reimbursement from the federal government, and they're bracing for the harsh reality of potentially unavoidable breaks in our safety net system absent prompt resolution of the shutdown. In DC, our legislative advocates are working around the clock with our county delegation and other similarly situated states and counties to advocate for a resolution to the deadlock. I'm joined today by Angela Ovalle, Acting Branch Manager for our Legislative Affairs team, Dr. Jackie Contreras, Director of the Department of Public Social Services, and Emilio Salas, Executive Director of the LA County Development Authority. I'm going to hand it over first to Ms. Ovalle for a more detailed update on our legislative advocacy, followed by program-specific and contingency planning updates from our department heads.
Thank you, Joe, and good afternoon, supervisors. We are now in day 14 of the shutdown, which began on October 1st, and the Senate has voted on and failed to advance a House-passed continuing resolution, H.R. 5317, 7 times, most recently on Thursday. Now, this is a clean CR, which means it would keep the government open through November 21st, and it includes no policy riders. Additionally, the Senate has also voted on and failed to pass a competing Democratic-led CR several times. This proposal, S2882, would fund the government through October 31st and would also extend the Enhanced Affordable Care Tax Act credits that are set to expire on December 31st. After failing to advance either proposal on Thursday, the Senate left town, ensuring the shutdown continued unresolved into this week. Now, the Senate is scheduled to vote this afternoon at approximately 2:30 our time to take up the clean CR to try and end the shutdown. There will not be a vote to proceed on the Democratic alternative bill. But without a bipartisan deal in place before today's vote, it is sure to fail. Meanwhile, the reduction in force actions at federal agencies continue. According to media reports, over 4,000 federal workers have been hit with shutdown-related layoffs so far. And these layoffs are impacting nearly every federal department, including HUD, which saw over 400 employees fired in recent weeks. Further complicating matters, the House announced late on Friday that it has canceled all floor votes for this week, putting added pressure on the Senate to end the shutdown. And while we have seen some movement on some issues, such as the administration reporting it plans to move unused funding to ensure that WIC will continue to stay afloat through October, the primary sticking point remains over whether to vote on reopening the government first and then negotiating on the expiring health care tax credits, or coming up with a deal to address both issues at the same time. Next slide, please. So as Joe mentioned, CEO Lair has been working hand in hand with county departments and the Budget Policy and Review Alignment Branch to drill down and determine how our prolonged shutdown may impact county funding, our personnel, and programs. And the information we're gathering in these exercises informs our advocacy with our state and federal partners. On the federal side, since before the shutdown started, Lair has been communicating consistently with the county's delegation, appropriators, and key committee leadership to urge the passage of a continuing resolution to ensure funding for key programs such as SNAP and TANF, and so they will not lapse. We've also advocated that the CR include an extension for the Medicaid disproportionate share hospital cut delay, which expired on September 30th, which Dr. Galley spoke about last week. We have also provided congressional offices with impact information from our departments as available. And since the shutdown began on October 1st, we have continued outreach with our congressional delegation and Democratic leadership, requesting an end to the government shutdown and passage of a CR, given the broad and negative financial implications on the county, our programs, and our residents. Most recently, we sent out a communication to them last Thursday, October 9th. We have also made ourselves available to address all congressional inquiries related to the shutdown impacts and have responded to specific information requests from Senator Schiff and Representative Ribas. We are also coordinating with partner organizations like NACO to advance county priorities and advocate for reimbursement or backfill of any lost federal resources. And in fact, a communication was issued this morning from NACO encouraging a quick bipartisan resolution to the shutdown. On the state side, to date, the governor has not signaled an intent to call a special session to address the financial impacts of the shutdown. And as you know, yesterday was the deadline for the governor to sign and veto legislation for the year, so he has been focused on that for the past few weeks. And with the special election coming up in November, we do not believe that the governor will call legislators back to Sacramento before that for a special session. However, we are actively communicating with the state and our delegation members, and they have been regularly apprised of what we are facing. Our Sacramento advocates reached out to the Department of Finance to find out if they have been able to assess the potential impact of the shutdown to state programs. DOF reports that they are currently coordinating with state departments to assess risks to key human service programs such as WIC, the Child and Adult Care Food Program, and SNAP. And they are also determining if prior year carryover funds can temporarily sustain operations for other important programs, such as CalWORKs, Child Care and Development Block Grants, and vocational rehabilitation programs. This assessment is ongoing and will likely be used by the Department of Finance to inform and develop the governor's January budget proposal. And as Dr. Contreras would detail, DPSS has been in constant communication with the state on this issue. Next slide, please. Now, before I turn it over to Dr. Contreras and Emilio for their updates, I just wanted to quickly remind everybody of the impacts that we discussed last week. The programs at risk or significant risk include Section 8, Public Housing Operating Fund, CalFresh, Medi-Cal, CalWORKs, and public health programs. And departments such as Public Works, Parks, and others that receive significant grant funding for projects and programs also report potential impacts related to delays in federal review of funding requests and loan awards. There are possible delays in executing financing agreements, and there are also possible delays in plan approvals or permits, which would impact the state-required environmental reviews needed before a project can proceed. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Contreras for her presentation. Next slide, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Jackie Contreras, Department of Public Social Services. So the longer into October the shutdown goes, the more concerns grow about the availability of cash aid and food assistance for our customers and our ability to fund our department's operations. And just by way of context, this is on top of an 8.5% NCC curtailment that we've already experienced, which for us translated into a total reduction of 21.9 million and 82 staff. As you can see from the slide, Medi-Cal is considered an entitlement program and the and is important here, it is not dependent on an appropriation by Congress. So we anticipate the shutdown will have no immediate impact on it. This includes in-home supportive services or IHSS. We are certain that Medi-Cal is solvent through the end of the year. However, should the shutdown continue into December and beyond, it is unclear as to what the impact would be. Currently, our most immediate challenges with the shutdown are in both CalFresh, which is food assistance to individuals and families, and CalWORKs, our cash aid to families. While these programs are also entitlements, they are dependent on an appropriation by Congress. Both benefits are issued between the 1st and the 10th of each month. CalFresh is issued directly from USDA. These assistance dollars do not pass through the county or the state. CalWORKs assistance dollars come to the county via the state. If by tomorrow, October 15th, we cannot confirm that benefits will be available in November, our customers will be informed so that they can plan. We will, of course, immediately update them should anything change. It is my understanding that the state will also be sending out notifications at some point prior to November.
Can I interrupt you on that? So what would the date be that it would impact? I mean, is it like October 31st? Is it November 1st?
It would be November 1st.
November 1st.
If we don't have it. The belief is that if we don't have the money secured by October 25th, then we're going to see an impact. It was our decision to communicate with our customers because they need to plan with the resources they have available now.
So November 1st is what we're looking at. Okay, thanks.
Yes. So we are reaching out to 140 food banks, which include a number of faith-based organizations that conduct food distribution to coordinate on messaging and outreach to our customers. As during the pandemic, it was the food banks that stepped into the gap, and we are counting on them to do so again during this challenging time. And I know from a conversation with Commissioner Flood that they are in the process of planning several large food distributions, and I know that they work closely with all of your offices in order to be able to do that. So you should be hearing shortly more about that if you haven't already. Once the government is reopened, as Acting CEO Nikita indicated, it is an open question as to whether our customers will receive retroactive benefits. It is our understanding that Congress must include language to authorize funding to cover any missed benefits. An additional challenge is our fiscal solvency beginning in November. We are engaging in discussions with the CEO and the Auditor Controller to determine what funding may be available to replace the federal funding we would need to operate. And as the slide indicates, we have CalWORKs administrative funding available through the end of the year. However, CalFresh administrative funding will not be available starting in November should the shutdown continue. There have also been a lot of questions around whether the state will assist with these stopgap measures. Unfortunately, as recent as yesterday, actually as recent as this morning, the state has indicated they do not have the resources to fill these gaps. Now, the exception to this may be CalWORKs. However, we have not gotten verification that those November benefits will be made available. As with the benefits, retroactive administrative funding will also need to be authorized by Congress. Again, and lastly, our immediate focus is November, and we are doing everything we can to lessen the impact on our customers should the federal government not be reopened soon. And in all transparency, I also want to share that we are planning for additional security to ensure the safety of our customers and our staff should benefits be unavailable come November 1st. That concludes my update.
Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Emilio Salas, Executive Director of Los Angeles County Development Authority. As I reported last week, we operate the federal housing programs on behalf of low-income residents here in Los Angeles County. And as a reminder, the impact of the federal programs, we issue $50 million of rental assistance payments every month on behalf of 30,000 households to approximately 10,000 property owners. Last week, I reported that HUD had communicated that it had funds available to take us all the way through the middle of November. HUD recently issued a revised communication with better news that it had obligated funds not only through the end of November, but all the way through the end of December. So there will be housing assistance payments that will be made available to those property owners and on behalf of those households through the end of the calendar year. There is no guarantee of any other funding being available after December 31st. We are preparing communications. We had already prepared communications to our property owners as well as to our clients, but we are revising that to let them know that there is enough funding available to take us through the end of the calendar year. But there is nothing guaranteed beyond that. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. And we're available for any questions you might have.
Okay, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you again for the update. Thank you, CEO, Acting CEO, Joe Nikita also. I know that 120 million per week lost for DPSS is just mind-boggling. And can you kind of put that in perspective for us with a little bit more detail, Dr. Contreras? I mean, when we think about what that really means, how many people and how far and wide in the services, if you could be a little bit.
Sure. So let me focus first on CalFresh because that's our largest program. So there we're looking at a disbursement of $3.8 billion over a year for 1.5 million recipients. The average amount, I believe, is around $300. And so that's the impact. If we look at it, this is looking at a weekly basis. But I want to remind the board that disbursements are made on a monthly basis. So it's the 1st through the 10th is when the disbursements go out. So we would have to figure out even logistically, if we wanted to do something for a week, how could that actually happen at this point? For CalWORKs, that is about 220,000 households that receive CalWORKs benefits, and that average benefit is closer to $1,000 a month.
And you talked about making available information, I guess coordinating with the LA Regional Food Bank, and you have about 140 pantries or participants. How are they doing? Because we get calls from them as well, that they're looking for us to help provide them with financial assistance.
Yeah, so they recognize the role that they played during COVID and how this is a very similar dynamic. This is a significant crisis. And so they are really gearing up to do what they do best. And that is to partner with the communities at large, your offices, to make sure that they can get the food out. I think that they know, just like during COVID, any infusion of resources, any donations they can receive, any support that they can receive is much appreciated, and they will, maximize that to the extent that they're able.
Are we partnering with them to get that request out?
We are, and we did that during COVID, where we got out the messaging and
To make donations available?
As well.
And maybe if you can break that down for us, I think by district, that might be helpful as well. Because we get calls from different parts of the county, and if we had an easy way of identifying where people can go for help, but also help to continue to target, because I think we should be beefing up our message that groups that can give economically should. And of course, I'm very sensitive about the distribution efforts, because we still have people who don't want to come out visibly, and that has to be handled in a very sensitive manner. And there are certain groups I know that'll help us with that. So I hope you're working with them as well. So we're all on one page here, because it's going to be very unique how some of that service and product goes out to people. And it isn't just food. We're talking about diapers. We're talking about necessities for families. And I think in some ways, I know sometimes our departments provide a lot of, I want to call it chum, items that they provide to the public. Might we ask our counties to help in some way to package some of that for these distributions? Because they have done that during COVID, and in many ways it's very helpful, whatever it might be. Sometimes it's a flashlight, sometimes it's extra food for a dog, things like that that really could be compiled and put together, and also somewhere placed so people know that there are other things available for them. I think that's important. I'm also concerned about the small businesses that are using our EBT cards. They're also going to be impacted. Are we doing any kind of analysis or getting out to them about that?
So I just had a conversation with the department heads for DEO and DCBA just to kind of touch base in what they're hearing from businesses. As I said, it's a large amount of money that infuses the economy, and so we want to make sure that people are aware of what is happening, and also that they're able to plan for that should the resources not be available. So we'll definitely coordinate. We coordinate with all our departments in terms of getting information out, but we definitely know that we need to work with them specifically on that issue.
So DEO, which has, and Consumer and Business Affairs have programs that they're operating or will be operating in the next couple of weeks or months to help some of these distressed businesses. And I'm thinking about the little mom and pop market on the corner that won't know how to even process to ask for a grant, because we're giving out grants in different increments, and how important it is to give that information and into the different languages, not just Spanish, but API and all the other top ranking languages. I'd love to see what we're doing there, actually see it, not just hear a report, but understand it at a granular level, if possible. I know that for our HUD, I'm deeply concerned about our Section 8 and the fact that it is relieving to hear that there's going to be an additional month, but that certainly is not going to provide a relief for many of our families who are very anxious right now and maybe have households more than 5 people. Where will they go? What kind of resources can we make available, or references, referrals of that nature? Emilio.
Thank you for that question, Supervisor. I think when you consider the magnitude and the scale of the impact that would be required to support that many households should the housing assistance payments stop, there really isn't any local resource that will be able to provide a reasonable backstop. There just simply aren't enough resources. If you consider, for example, the rent relief program that this board just launched, to the tune of $20 million. We issue $50 million in payments in 1 month alone. So there really isn't necessarily anything out there that would provide the level of support for the families should there just be a complete, the resources not be there for that housing assistance payment. We will certainly be working with our property owner community to let them know that we would want them to keep them housed, that while we try to figure out a solution, luckily we have some level of runway from here until the end of the calendar year. But if it becomes protracted much longer than that, I don't know where we would be able to identify that level of resources.
And we already know that our homeless and unhoused services are already impacted. So I'm really concerned what our CEO and executive offices are thinking in terms of what kind of readiness plan we might have available, because we are, and aside from that, we're going to have, weather issues. I mean, look at today. I'm fearful of what's happening there as well, because of folks that also are unhoused that are outside right now in the watersheds. That's one part of it. But then I'm thinking about if these families that live in urban, suburban areas in Section 8 or these voucher-based properties, where do they go? And do we have a strategic plan in place? Are we thinking about that, CEO?
Yeah, it's a great question. Two things. One, specific to the food resources. We have a survey out to departments that ask them to tell us all of the intersection points they have with any organization that provides food or food services. We will supplement it based on your comments moments ago about things that they also can provide, like pet food, for example, for our Department of Animal Care and Control. What we need to find out right away is where are we already working with these organizations, and what are the mechanisms for making sure that they're ready alongside with us for anything that happens. I think on the broader strategic planning, we'll be talking to departments later this week about that and getting ready. I'm concerned, just like Director Salas is, about the scale being something that we've really never seen, a drop-off like this, of this kind. COVID was the closest, perhaps, but with COVID we had CARES Act, and then we had American Rescue Plan Act, which really, really helped us weather those storms and then rebuild some of our communities. I am not expecting anything like that to come to us this time around. So this is going to be a bit of a different conversation. We need to plan. We need to have a plan in place, and we can come back to your board with that. But I'm concerned. I'm very concerned about our ability to really weather this if this goes on for a prolonged period of time.
During COVID, we actually stood up different stakeholder groups. Might we start to go back to that page and think about the faith-based, some of the other groups that we had stood up, including labor partners and all of that, to ask them how they can help us prepare. And I would even ask that our staffs, in some way, our deputies, be engaged, because it is a little different. And if that can be done, acting CEO, I personally would appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Han.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on a couple things. One, just on this food bank issue. And I think it feels like the difference now is there is not as much public awareness about the need to distribute food as we had under COVID. So wondering if we might launch, besides, kind of our internal communication with our department heads, if we might launch an awareness campaign to the general public, that donations of monetary donations, food donations to our food banks in this very critical time would be welcome. Because it just doesn't feel the same kind of urgency or empathy, maybe, as we felt during COVID. So it seems to me to be a great countywide, I don't know if we do PSAs anymore, but something on that magnitude that would get to the public the very urgent need for our food banks. Because you're right, Supervisor Solis, I mean, they're always asking for our help. And I know I give a lot of discretionary dollars to food banks as well. But this seems like we might engage the larger public in what we see as a real serious looming crisis as it relates to people getting food. So that would be one. And then Emilio, I was just going to ask you, you said that you will run out of Section 8 funding and public housing operation funds. We make it through the end of the year, right? So it's like after December 31st, we run out?
That's correct, Supervisor.
Yeah. So can you clarify a little bit what that means for our tenants who benefit from these programs? Is there risk of Section 8 evictions or impacts to our permanent supportive housing? And what kind of communication are you doing with our Section 8 recipients and landlords?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor. So just to give some context to what it would mean to both a property owner and someone who is renting a unit. So just take our emergency housing voucher program as an example. In that particular program, the average household pays about $475 a month in rent, and the housing assistance payment is roughly between $2,400 to $2,500 on average. That would be the delta that that family and that household would need to come up with should the funds run out. And so for a household that's at 30% area median income and below, it is almost an impossible task to come up with that money every single month. For the property owner, of course, they are relying on that rental revenue and in fact joined the Section 8 program because it was the most secure, and that rent was directly deposited into their account on the first of each month. So for them, it would then be the difference in trying to figure out how then to pay for their mortgages, insurance, and costs associated with the upkeep of a rental unit. So that is what we're talking about as it relates to impact. We're talking about the most vulnerable. We're talking about families with children, seniors, disabled, homeless veterans,
Right.
that group.
Right. Does, after the last shutdown, did we get Section 8 dollars paid back retroactively?
During the last shutdown, we did not run out of funding. So the government reopened without actually having to go back retroactively. So there was enough funding sufficiently to take us through the end of that shutdown.
Do we think that that's an option, getting those dollars paid back or not?
There is no, because HUD has already obligated funding all the way through December 31st, there would be no retroactivity needed should the government open before then.
I know, I'm meaning afterwards.
Afterwards, there is no guarantee that there would be any sort of retroactive payment.
Well, I think it's, yeah, I really do think it's key that we in some way communicate, particularly with the landlords, that we're in this problem, but we expect, someday for the government to reopen and these dollars will start flowing again because, as you know, we already have sometimes difficulty recruiting landlords to participate in Section 8 programs. But as you said, it really is the most secure way for them to get their rent paid in a timely manner. So I think we need to really hold their hands through this one because the last thing we want is to have more landlords pull out and worse, evict some of these tenants. So any work you can do with the landlords as we sort of really walk this line would be appreciated. Thank you.
Sure thing, Supervisor.
All right, seeing no other supervisors that wish to speak on this, but I just have one really quick question for you, Joe, based on what we just heard over here. At what point is the board at a fiscal cliff with the shutdown as it relates to financially impacting our delivery of service? I mean, to me, SNAP is a vital program, but it doesn't fall under the category. You said it has to go back to Congress. So it's not like Medi-Cal and all. So I'm just trying to understand at what point is the county with other services going to be hit with a fiscal cliff? And then what are our options?
So in my mind, the cliff happens on October 31st. If there's no backfill, if there's no opening up of the government or some kind of approval of some continuing funding while they continue to discuss reopening the government, because that funding is so substantial, Dr. Contreras mentioned it, but she has an administrative component as well that's baked in there. That's county staff. And so come October 31st, and maybe a little bit after that, we're going to run out of money to pay our own staff. And so it's really barreling down upon us. We haven't gotten the fullest understanding of what other hammers will drop across our entire portfolio of programs at this point. We're working on that, but it is close. And that is why it is all hands on deck for not only our folks in DC, but everybody's folks in DC to get the shutdown resolved. We don't know when that will happen, and nobody can tell me what they think will happen with any sort of specificity at this point.
But you know with specificity when we would be impacted by not getting reimbursed for the subvented departments, and that is November 1st?
November 1st for DPSS, yeah. To me, that's the first hammer to drop for the county.
And so what are you going to be recommending?
Say it again, sorry?
What are you going to be recommending in anticipation?
Right, so right now we're working with Dr. Contreras. We're talking to the state. There are discussions of contingency planning happening at the state level. That, to me, is our best hope of keeping things moving while the talks up in DC continue. Short of that, I don't think I have a good answer for you right now, Supervisor.
Because it's 2 weeks away.
It's 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks. And like I said, the scale of that cost of those federally funded benefits would drain our coffers in a matter of weeks as well. So I'm confident sitting here that I don't see a locally funded path to keeping these benefits moving forward. If something changed and there was some law passed that guaranteed that we would be reimbursed, we can discuss a bridge, and then it becomes a cash flow issue. But that is not necessarily the most likely scenario at this point.
And we've depleted our reserve through the Gonzalez bill, the 218.
We have not depleted our rainy
No, but
day
we've
fund.
got, I mean, we've got enough in so it doesn't impact our credit rating.
Right. We are on a razor thin edge right now. I think that's the problem. We have a rainy day fund that is to backfill the loss of our locally generated revenue, not the loss of federally funded entitlement programs. I think using that money would put our credit rating at great risk and put us financially at pretty substantial risk too. So we're not in a great place to find a bunch of money here. I think what we can do is, the best we can do is shake the trees and maybe add some additional funding to the food banks or other organizations that will help. But I don't see a path to backfilling these funds.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. I asked the question last week, and I hearkened back to it, and you just used the term entitlement. So again, remind me, the federal government doesn't deem CalWORK, SNAP, those poverty alleviation programs entitlements?
So they are all entitlements, but the allocation needs to be provided by Congress for CalWORKs and for SNAP. It does not for Medi-Cal. So Medi-Cal can continue as an entitlement. So if somebody is eligible for these programs, they are entitled to these programs. That remains the same. But whether or not we actually have the cash flow is what's at issue.
My sense, my whole career has been entitlement met guaranteed appropriation. I remember years ago at the state level, Congresswoman Maxine Waters always talked about CalWORKs payments rolling in the event, I guess it was of a delayed, but that's what this is, a delayed federal budget. So I don't understand how we got from there to now and that's changed.
Yeah, so CalWORKs, you're absolutely right. CalWORKs comes at a quarterly. It's provided to the state at quarterly.
Okay.
The quarterly for the first quarter has not yet been provided to the state. That usually comes mid to late October. I think until the state has that in hand, they have not committed to those dollars for November. So that is kind of where we're at in a little bit of a holding pattern, but we are I feel confident that these dollars will come through. It's just a matter of when we can confirm them. Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate your patience with me and trying to explain it. I don't understand that if they are entitlements, why the dollars.
Without a budget, without the budget being passed, we cannot access the CalFresh dollars especially. That's the biggest challenge. They have to have an agreement in order for the CalFresh dollars to flow. Remember that CalFresh dollars, I'm reminding myself as well, come from the feds.
Yes.
They're the ones that are administered. They do not come from the state. They do not come from the county. And so what we're hearing right now is until there's an agreement, those dollars are not going to flow.
So, and CalWorks dollars are federal and state dollars.
And they go, and the state holds those dollars and they provide them to the counties on a monthly basis. They receive them on a quarterly basis. We get them on a monthly basis.
Okay.
So we have not yet secured the November
payment,
correct.
Madam Chair, I stay confused because, when the state budget was delayed years ago, when it required 2/3 vote, before the voters opined and said no balanced state budget by June 15th, the state legislature doesn't get their payment, then even CalWorks payments rolled.
Yes.
Child care payments didn't. There were different things that didn't happen, but thank you. I know you're trying to explain it to me. I just don't get it. If it's an entitlement, that's what it should be, and the resources should be made available. So I appreciate you.
Yeah, Supervisor, if I can just take a moment, I want to correct something I said earlier. The CalWorks cases are 115,000. The persons are 275,000, and then the average is 1,000. So I think I combined those two and rounded that number.
So following up on what you're saying, though, entitlement versus essential. Because there are programs that are considered essential services regardless of the length of the shutdown. And I don't know if this is to you, Angela, but has there been any thought or discussion about including social services like SNAP and Medicaid as an essential service? Because one could argue it is. And I would even say Section 8 housing too, but I think we all can agree that all these are necessary for the most vulnerable population.
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, you're asking about the folks on the federal level who've been deemed essential.
Mm-hmm.
So it has to do with federal services. And I just got
SNAP, one could argue is.
I would too.
Yeah.
And just to clarify in the entitlements question, yes, they are entitlements, but they are subject to funding in the annual appropriations, which is where we are stuck right now.
Mm-hmm.
So we can look into that question a little bit further.
I just think it is an essential, especially when you think about the fact that we're talking about food banks. And I was just talking to food banks who are already stretched thin. And that's with the SNAP program in place. So I just think that we need to, I know you know that, Jackie, but I just think we need to premeditate what options in terms of essential and look at that. All right, seeing no other, go ahead. Yeah.
I just wanted to add one other thing. During COVID, when they did the food distributions, a number of places were shuttered. And so they were able to use really large facilities. They're anticipating that that's not going to be as simple. And so they will be looking to your offices for support in order to be able to identify those sites. And we'll make our offices, our parking lots available to the extent that works.
Excellent, thank you for that. All right, Executive Officer, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? And thank you all very much. I know the news is not good, but we appreciate the communication. And Joe, I think now more than ever, you need to communicate with the board in terms of the fiscal impact and how we, as a board, are going to need to prepare for that. All right.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. We will go to remote speakers. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address Set Matter 1, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Caller 626-390, your line is unmuted. Please state your name and begin.
Colin Campbell. Dear Mr. President Trump, Governor Newsom, Honorable Judy Chu, Mayor Braun, and LA Board of Supervisors, the Alpha team was formed with Susie Wiles on 9/15. to address gun violence, combining the capabilities of the DoD, DOJ, FBI, and local police. This technology can be used for fire prevention, evacuation, homeless, and to protect vulnerable immigrant residents in school. With the LA Board of Supervisors, join the Alpha team so we can build Stargate life support for Los Angeles County and release the $238.5 billion federal budget. And there is an incentivization plan for all public servants wishing to enroll. The budget's $238.5 billion I presented to LA Board of Supervisors on January 21st, which was approved by President Trump on the same day, and is backed by Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, and Masayoshi Son, with a $500 billion budget backed by Japan. Colin Campbell, District 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Is simple. Tell Democrat Senators Schiff and Padilla to vote for the CR continuing resolution, as did Senator Fetterman. Immediately stop spending tax money on Biden-era illegals, which is a felony, as in aiding and abetting illegal immigration for political purposes, as is a fraudulent spending of state and federal funds for illegals. Alcatraz awaits you. Vintage illegals should be outraged that you're undermining their existence by this expenditure. God save Donald Trump from the Democrat assassins, perverts, child molesters, subversives, and traitors to this country and Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Hector Ramirez, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Board of Supervisors, my name is Hector Ramirez. This report really highlights the significant state of emergency that the county faces itself in. And I really appreciate the recommendation to further inform our communities about the severity of the impact that both the actions at the federal level are having, not just on our immigrant communities, but in all of our communities. And definitely applaud moving forward with creating similar type of response programs to hopefully declare a state of emergency in response to federal actions so that we can better inform and address the issues that we know are already impacting our communities and are going to hit more of our communities significantly more, as we heard, in just a couple of days. Thank you so much, and I just stand in solidarity with each and every one of you as you take care of our folks, just like you did during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. This report will be received and filed.
All right, hearing no objections, that will be the order to receive and file. We're now going to move on to item number 8. Executive Officer.
Item number 8 is Support for Veteran Service Recognition Act by Congressman Mark Takano, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on the telephone. Representatives from the Office of Immigrant Affairs and Military and Veteran Affairs are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board. Director James Zenner will begin with his remarks.
Supervisor Solis, you want to say something first?
Actually, I'd like to hear from our department, so if we could go ahead, begin, Mr. Zenner. Thank you for being here.
You bet, Supervisor, and thank you for having me today. So, Chair and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to provide context on immigrant veterans. For the record, my name is Jim Zenner. I serve as the Director of LA County Department of Military Veteran Affairs. As this board knows, LA County is home to one of the largest veteran populations in the country. Among those veterans who have served, the Congressional Research Service estimates that 40% of foreign-born veterans have served since the global war on terror began in 2001. Many of these veterans have naturalized, but others remain in uncertain immigration status despite honorable service to our country. Unfortunately, there is also a population of veterans who have been deported. From MVA's work with justice-involved veterans, we understand that justice involvement can often be linked to the impacts of military service. While we cannot draw direct correlations, we see parallels for immigrant veterans that should be further studied to ensure that we understand and address their unique needs. Some deported veterans have been removed from the country because of felony or serious crimes. We recognize the sensitivity of this issue, but it is important to acknowledge that military service, legal status, and family stability are deeply interconnected. My team and I look forward to working closely with our colleagues at the Office of Immigrant Affairs to ensure that all veterans are connected to services and support they have earned. To that, when resources came online, we did coordinate with OIA to make sure that our Veteran Peer Access Network and our team over at MVA knew of those resources to make sure that we're able to connect them to those resources. Thank you for considering this motion, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Office of Immigrant Affairs, who's been involved on this issue now for some time, if you could begin, please. Rigo.
Thank you, Supervisor, Madam Chair, members of the board. Rigo Reyes, Executive Director, Office of Immigrant Affairs. Indeed, Supervisor, for years now, we have been working very closely with Jim and his team. We understand that some of the issues veterans face, immigrant veterans, are unique to their situation. And to that effect, we actually have dedicated specific support through the Represent LA program so we can reach out to them and help them accordingly. We also understand that very sadly, some of our immigrant veterans face extreme situations, including homelessness, and through our mobile immigration services program, we are ready to expand our reaching out to them, ensuring that they're getting not just the legal services support, but the essential wraparound services that they need. So we are very thankful that you bring this very important motion that gives us very clear direction in continuing the work we have initiated and being more intentional, not only in the outreach, but really connecting these individuals to the right services at the right time where they are.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to hear from our two departments because they have been uniquely involved with this particular population as well. And the reason I bring this forward isn't the first time that we've seen legislation like this presented in the Congress. And I know previously I had also carried motions to address this issue in some way. And I know it's hard because it's a federal level discussion, but according to the Congressional Research Service, there are over 100,000 military veterans living in the United States who are not citizens. And that's not to say that they aren't here on other types of, say, I don't want to say visa, but green cards and what have you. And many of them have provided very much needed service since as long as I could remember, even my days in the Congress. I recall some of the first victims that were killed in the Iraq War were in fact green card soldiers. And there's a whole litany of information regarding that. And it was unfortunate because many were granted posthumous citizenship after they had already been killed in action. And one of the things that I know members of Congress, and at the time that I was there, we worked very hard to see if we could grant them some kind of citizenship and also a pathway to citizenship. But what's happening here right now is even a bit more egregious because we've had a lot of people who've served in many of our wars for decades and have been deported. And it may have been even, not even for a felony. If, for example, they were dishonorably discharged from the military because they may have had an infraction or they may have had a DUI or something of that nature, it precludes them in many ways from staying here in this country. Many of them I have met over the last several years. Some had stabilized families that live in the 1st District that I had come to know. And I know that it's a sensitive situation right now, but I do think it's warranted to support this legislation that Congressman Mark Takano has put forward. And what it does is help us to think about how to create a pathway for these individuals that sign up now that are in the military that don't have permanent status here. But it also gives them an opportunity, I think, to give that kind of assurances even to their own families. Because once they are deported, their benefits are also cut off. They may have earned those benefits, by the way, for service that they provided, but nonetheless, because they are not in the country or they were deported, they ceased to receive those benefits. And I know there's been an effort for the last couple of years, at least almost a decade or more, that has focused on this issue. And I know it's caught attention on a bipartisan level. So it isn't just a Democratic or Republican issue. It's one that impacts so many of our military individuals across the board. So I do see this as a bill that has bipartisan support, and that's why I brought it forward to see how we could, as a board, support it, send a letter of support to the members of the House, but also to get our departments, Military Veteran Services, as well as OIA, to continue to push out assistance to this classified group of individuals. And I know there are hundreds of them, and they aren't just from impacting California or Southern California, but this is something that has impacted other Southwest and other parts of our country, where we have military individuals who have provided service, but went through all their basic training, served us well, and some have been impacted physically because of wars. But nonetheless, some have been also deported. So there is no criteria for allowance in terms of that service. And I think that that's something that we, as public servants, American citizens and residents, know that our servicemen and women deserve better treatment. That's why the motion before us is to ask for support of the bill and ask for our departments to get involved with this and help to continue to expand the services that we currently provide to our veterans. And I would just underscore, there are many women, female veterans that also are impacted. And I don't know that we're doing enough to actually reach out to them as well. As you know, that is kind of an underreported group of people that don't even ask for assistance and may not even know that they're eligible for some of this aid. And I'm glad to hear from OIA that you're going to have a mobile unit out in the field, hopefully visiting some of these locations where some of our veterans congregate, and even those that are unhoused, because we know there are many that qualify under that category, and they're living in the shadows, and it isn't necessary for them to live in that lifestyle. So I would hope that the board will join me in supporting the legislation and to continue to support our departments that are doing their very best on behalf of these men and women that have served us well in this country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to support this. To me, this is a no-brainer. A non-citizen who lives and serves in the U.S. Armed Forces bears the same risk and responsibility as their citizen counterparts. So they deserve our recognition and our respect. And I'm glad it's bipartisan. It's about time they recognize that there are ways to address inequities. And to me, this is an inequity. And it's important for us to, I would even argue that, you remember the case down Pendleton, down in San Clemente, he had just come back from, I think, from serving, and his father got picked up. And so I would even argue maybe this can be a bipartisan moving toward a path to citizenship for those, even their extended family members. There are opportunities for us to address this, and I know that's fighting off right now probably more than they would be willing to do back in DC. But this gives me hope that in fact, people can come together and recognize the value of working together, especially when it comes to those that are serving our country, even though they're not citizens of this country, that they value and respect and sign up to protect it. So I will be supporting this. And thank you for bringing it in, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for those words. And thank you, Supervisor Solis, for introducing this motion. I had the pleasure of serving with Mark Takano in Congress, and he has always been a champion for veterans. I think this is good legislation. It aims to provide those who have served our nation in uniform a pathway to citizenship and prevent them from being deported. It's an important piece of legislation. It could impact thousands of veterans who've been removed or ordered removed. You know, we're coming up on Veterans Day, and we always find a way to honor our veterans who put their lives on the line to defend this country, and yet some of them are being denied reentry once their length of service has ended due to their immigration status. And you're right, Madam Chair, it's an inequity. It's not right. And it's been a long time, change has a long time coming. And it's like every attempt at any kind of legislation, it's really about finding a pathway to citizenship. And that is just something we have not provided our immigrant community since the 80s when President Reagan declared amnesty. After that, there has been no clear way for people to have a pathway to citizenship. This makes a lot of sense. I remember when I was on the City Council of Los Angeles in 2003, one of the very first servicemen killed in Iraq was Jose Gutierrez. He was 22. He was from Guatemala. He was based at Camp Pendleton. I think he was the second person to die in that war. He came from Guatemala. He came here when he was 16 without papers, but he signed up to fight and was killed. And a month after he was killed, he was awarded citizenship posthumously. So there is, the government does that, but in a way that's a little bit of an insult to wait until they've given the ultimate sacrifice. I feel like everyone who signs up and goes gives the ultimate sacrifice of their lives, their families' lives, and they leave behind so much. So thank you for bringing this forward. I will vote for it. I support us supporting this legislation. I want to thank Mark Takano for the work he's always done in Congress to uplift our veteran community.
All right. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public that wish to testify on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Hector Barajas. As a final reminder for participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 8, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now.
We'll go with in-person first.
In person first, okay.
Yeah, we'll go with in-person first, then we'll go to the telephone.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hector Barajas. I'm the director and founder of the Deported Veterans Support House in Tijuana. And I would like to speak in support of item 8. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Mark Takano and everybody here that's listening to us. Veterans who have served our country should not live in fear of being deported. I served honorably with the 82nd Airborne and was eventually deported for 14 years. And I've seen the pain and difficult challenges our men and women face when they are deported, including their families. Currently, it's faster for a deported veteran to return home when they die, only to be buried with honors. There is no honor in that. Let's bring them home now. This has been happening since 1996. This is nothing new. The bill would help to streamline the process for service members to apply for naturalization, establish a review process for those who are in removal proceedings, and provide an opportunity for non-citizen veterans who have been removed or ordered removed to obtain legal permanent residence. These are important steps to ensure that non-citizen veterans are able to remain in the country they served, they were willing to die for, and pay the ultimate sacrifice. I urge you to support item 8, and if we could just have a moment of silence for one of our men who recently passed away. Miguel Perez, presente. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to phones now, please.
Yes. Angelo Gandolf, your line is open. Please begin.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Angelo Gandolf Maldonado. I'm the commander of Norwalk American Legion, Post 359. I'm the past commander of La Mirada VFW, Veterans of Foreign War, and I am the chairman of the Naturalization Committee for the Department of California, American Legion. And I support this legislation. Thank you to my own supervisor, Ms. Janice Hahn, and thank you, Supervisor Hilda Solis, for bringing this to our attention. I know that I've talked with staff and given you multiple information, And yes, it was Gutierrez that was one of the first to die in Iraq. And thank you, Hector, for speaking as well. I support you all. Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Alviso, your line is open. Please begin. Pat Alviso, your line is open. Please begin.
Military families speak out, and I want to thank our LA County supervisors, especially Supervisor Hilda Solis, for your knowledge and support on this issue, on this shameful situation where we are deporting our veterans. I'd like to make 3 points, please. It's been said over and over again that this is a sensitive issue. People say that because they see this as an immigration issue. It is not. Please, everyone, remember this is a veteran issue. And there's no controversy about that and what we need to do. Too many of our immigrants are promised citizenship upon enlistment, and the U.S., our people, all of us need to honor that promise. And remember, please, as a member like myself of a military family who's had my son 6 deployments and seen many, many of our deported veterans suffering and languishing in the shadows and stuck on the other side, being forced to be in detention even after they served their time.
Jeff Merrick, your line is open. Please begin.
Veteran, of course, I support this bill, even having known some green card veterans without active duty actually at the time. A couple of things I think that we really should do is currently right now there's some requests for pardons on the governor's desk. If you guys could really push him to sign those pardons, that would really help keeping some of the deported veterans who actually are in the U.S. or who are not to stay there. Also, it would really help if you would provide some legal funding to help those individuals that are in the process of being deported or in the future could be deported. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin.
Okay, thank you. And I would say Vive la France, but we don't have a foreign legion. How in the hell has this been allowed to go on? We had a person who mentioned 1980 with Reagan. What the hell has been going on? When you persons were in the federal aspect of government, why in the hell didn't you do something? And you've been in the state aspect. Why in the hell didn't you do something long before this? This is long overdue. Shame on you for not having acted expeditiously. Time to get this job done. Thank you. And that if there are nothing that they don't have a criminal record or anything like that, or they didn't got an honorable discharge. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, please state your name.
Yes, I'd like to take.
Please state your name. Your line is unmuted.
I'm a Los Angeles resident. I'd like to take issue with a comment made by the supervisor. It came across as an arrest of DUI is something trivial. Perhaps MAD should be contacted and their title is too harsh. Perhaps it should be changed to perturbed. I'd appreciate the supervisor reviewing her comments and clarifying in the future. Be more careful in your statements. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 951-236, your line is unmuted. Please begin. Caller 951.
My name is Anthony Noriega. Can I speak?
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Please begin.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, my name is Anthony Noriega. I am a member of LULAC, and I belong to the LULAC National Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, and the deported veterans issue is one of our top issues that we are working on. Hector Barajas we've been working with him for years, and with the Veterans Foreign War and the American Legion. There's been a lot of work. As you may know, that California is home to about 1.4 million veterans and active duty personnel. In Los Angeles, you have approximately about 250,000 active duty and veterans in the county. So
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 8 is before you.
All right, that will be moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 9, continuing housing opportunities for transition age youth, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone. A representative from the Department of Children and Family Services is available for questions. For the departmental speaker, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, each of us is committed, I know, to providing needed care and services to transition age youth, known as TAY. We know these youth aging out of our system are especially vulnerable and are at increased risk for housing insecurity and homelessness. And that's why I want to thank the state and our DCFS offices for working together to bring down additional funding. Fortunately for us, other counties did not utilize their full transitional housing program plus allocations. And this motion will provide the necessary authority for us to take advantage of this opportunity and move quickly to bring the funding to Los Angeles County. Approval of the motion will enable the county to bring over $17.5 million to support critical services. The program is known as THP or THPP+. Programs have been critical in providing housing and supports for youth ages 18 through 24 who were formerly in foster care, helping them secure and maintain housing. Importantly, these funds have helped support vital housing navigators who have assisted TAY in identifying appropriate and available housing options. The funds also have provided stabilization supports, deposits, and worked with landlords and addressed move-in costs. I want to thank DCFS Chief Deputy Jeannie Ferrer for joining us here today and for assisting our office. And Jeannie, can you share how the county has used these funds previously to help serve our TAY students, our youth, and how can we use this new funding to help bolster our network and help identify additional partners for these critical services?
Thank you, Supervisor, for that question. The funding transitional housing program, round 7, is really meant to help secure and maintain housing stability for our youth 18 to 24. The department infuses this funding into our THP Plus program. In this program, we currently have 203 beds through 8 providers, and it maintains a very low 3% vacancy rate. The THP supplemental round 5 funding in the amount of $2.6 million similarly is used to infuse funding into the same program, THP Plus program. And then the housing navigation round 4 in the amount of $4.4 million funds the housing navigators, as you mentioned earlier, but not only they are case managers that really help connect the youth to services as necessary, services such as mental health, medical care, substance use disorder, community supports. They also check in with the young adult at least on a quarterly basis over a 2-year period. And they also identify or help the young adult identify long-term permanent housing as well. Our department currently has an MOU with the Department of Health Services for the program. There are 14 providers that serve our TAY adults and with intensive case management services. The funding will ensure the continuity of the program, especially in this climate of uncertainty. For current contracts, it'll help maintain the existing number of beds and provider capacity. Looking ahead, I think the future contracts may benefit from maybe a potential rate adjustment to address the lack of affordable housing and reflect the rising costs associated with sustaining transitional housing services countywide. The funding would also continue to support and enhance the housing navigation, which is an essential piece of the program to assist the youth to secure housing more quickly.
Thank you very much for that update. And for me, it's leave no money on the table, especially if other counties don't want to utilize it in the manner that we can. And we have, I think, one of the largest populations of transitional age youth here in LA County. So thank you for working with us, and I hope my members of the board will support this item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Executive Officer, do we have any members of the public?
Will Loretta Lorraine and Pat Mulcahy please come forward and staff will assist you. As a reminder final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 9. If you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Caller 323-695. State your name and your line is unmuted. Please begin. Caller 323-695, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Diego Rodriguez, COO of ALMA. I'm here in strong support of item 9, and I would like to thank Supervisor Solis for this critical motion. After nearly 2 decades working in the child welfare system, and as someone who, as a young person, rely on housing support myself, I know how critical stable housing is for youth living care. For many, is the difference between stability and lasting hardship. This motion is a vital step forward. It expands housing options, strengthens navigation support, and offers practical tools for transition age youth to stay housed. For young adults stepping into independence, these aren't just programs, they are pathways to stability, dignity, and belonging. So I respectfully urge you to support item 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Lee, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Matthew Lee, and I'm with Optimist Youth Homes and Family Services based in Highland Park, and I'd like to speak in support of item 9. Thank you so much, Supervisor Solis, for this important motion. Youth aging out of the county's support systems are often especially vulnerable to adverse outcomes, including homelessness, also issues in employment, gaining access to education, and access to other resources like mental health. And these THP programs will act as an incredibly necessary and important bridge to these services. It's so important that these TAE are supported as they advance into adulthood. And I think this motion will help ensure that they have access to housing navigators and other critical supports. So I again ask you to support item 9. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller 323-350, please state your name. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Brittany Nason, and I'm speaking on behalf of Hopeness, Inc. in support of item 9. Hopeness is an LA County nonprofit organization that houses and serves transitional age youth experiencing homelessness. I would like to thank Supervisor Solis for addressing this important issue. As a TAE service provider of housing and supportive services to homeless youth, we see how youth aging out of the county's support system are at risk for becoming homeless, especially within the first few weeks or months once they turn 18. It is essential that we continue to expand dedicated housing solutions with supportive services such as housing navigation and critical case management to make sure these youth have a fair chance to become independent and successful adults. So we ask that you all support item 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Dexter O'Connell, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Yes, hello, Dexter O'Connell with Safe Place for Youth. It's a genuine pleasure to be here with you all in support of item number 9. We appreciate Supervisor Solis and her team, including Anthony Cespedes and Daniela Urbina, for the strong work that they've done on behalf of Transition Age Youth. We also appreciate the strong support that the entire Board of Supervisors has shown for programming for transition age youth experiencing or at risk of homelessness. We look forward to continuing to partner with the county to make effective use of this programming to ensure that our young people are able to become and remain housed. We encourage you to support this item and to continue your broad system-wide support of transition age youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Claudia Jerez, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Yes, hello. This is Claudia Jerez, DPSS, 10 years, Downtown Women's Center case manager. I have training in TYA. I have to tell you, I understand that there's going to be, a talk about this, getting more funding with the MOU and with Department of Health Services. I believe that this is an issue that requires a little bit more research. Are these youth emancipated? Are these youth, where are their parents? Are they going to foster care? How many are they runaways? All of that information is necessary in order to make a very, very good plan for them and research where is it that they belong, because where they belong is at their parents' house with mom and dad. If they're 18 to 25, that's what they belong, or they belong in college, or they belong somewhere where they're gonna make a difference.
Thank you. Caller 818-855, please state your name. Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Miss Loretta Lorraine, hello ladies. I think I'm looking at the population of the transgender community. There's a lot of them are homeless right now, and it gets more and more complicated every day because of discrimination that's going on in of them with the administration of Trump. And a solution should be come and to get together and make it safe for them. This is Loretta Lorraine from Trans Latina, and I hope that y'all can come and make a difference, ladies. And thank you, Ms. Holbach and Ms. for today. God bless you all, ladies.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for item 9 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Regards to children being listed as handicapped that's truly not handicapped, and why was it that my autistic son called me up saying that he was homeless and had no place to live and his nose is broken, and you just let him on the street in regards to a child by the name of Luke Mulcahy? Okay, now I had another social worker that told me that she was going to classify my younger daughter as handicapped for the higher federal rate. Now, Kathy, Supervisor, can you look at the difference between the rate monthly in regards to classifying a child handicapped that is not, and children in the foster care system that are normal children? Because I had one social worker said that they were going to classify my daughter as handicapped.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 9 is before you.
Moved by Supervisor Solis. I will second. Without objection, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 15, proclamation of local emergency for federal immigration actions in the county, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on the telephone. A representative from County Council is available for questions. For the departmental speaker, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you very much. First, I want to acknowledge the Immigrants RLA Coalition, CHERLA, Filipino Workers Center, COFEM, Trans Latina Coalition, Clean Car Wash Workers, CARE LA, Pomona Economic Opportunity Center, Inclusive Action for the City, LA Tenants Union, Community Power Collective, UTLA, and so many more organizations who joined us this morning for a press conference about this very motion. Because we all know what is happening in our communities is an emergency, and unfortunately, it isn't new. For months, families have been living under threat. Workers have been kidnapped from job sites, and children have been coming home to empty dinner tables. Los Angeles County has a responsibility to protect every resident, no matter where they come from or what papers they carry. Declaring a local emergency allows us to move faster to meet that responsibility. And this proclamation is about action and speed. It means Los Angeles County can move faster, coordinate better, and use every tool available to support and stabilize our communities. We will not stand by while fear and chaos spread throughout our neighborhoods. When our immigrant neighbors are targeted, our entire county feels it, in our workplaces, in our schools, and in our homes. We are listening, we are acting, and we will continue to stand with you, not just today, but for as long as it takes. And we talk about Los Angeles County values, but I will speak from a personal level to say that these are rooted in values that for me come from my faith. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. And I quote this as a testament not to a theocracy, but to what drives me as a person. We have to make sure that we are living our values and putting them into action, and that's what this proclamation is about. We had a discussion last week about what these emergency powers will enable the board to do, what we can and cannot do. So I would turn to County Council to first ask, can you provide a brief summary for anyone who might have missed what you highlighted last week about what we can and can't do based on this declaration?
Yes, Supervisor. Declaring a local emergency allows the county to promulgate orders and regulations to provide for the protection of life and property. It allows the county to request assistance from the state. It permits mutual aid to any affected area. It provides the county with certain legal immunities for emergency actions taken, and it permits the county to obtain vital supplies and equipment needed for the protection of life and property, and the ability to require emergency services of county personnel.
Does the emergency declaration allow us to enact our sensitive sites policy countywide?
Yes, it would, if it is in response to the emergency and for the protection of life and property.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we are clear about what we can and can't do, and that while this conversation was born out of one specific action, I believe there are many more actions, as you just outlined, and probably more that we will come to understand with participation from Office of Immigrant Affairs, what we can do to further protect our residents, which is really what this is all about.
I would just point out, Supervisor, that the sensitive locations policy is only applicable to county property, and it is already applicable to county property countywide. I don't think that we could impose it upon private property.
Okay. Well, I do think that making sure that we are using every available tool that we have and moving with the sense of urgency that people felt during COVID, that people feel during the fires and other emergencies that we have responded to, that we also have to move with the same sense of urgency to protect our residents, because we know that these raids have not only targeted those who may have immigrated to the United States, they have detained people who are US-born citizens, people who have been living lawfully in this country their entire existence. And so what we're trying to make clear is that the county will take whatever actions we have within our authority, but we know that we cannot do this work alone. We need our cities to partner with us. We need outside help, because the city alone, from our resources and from the services that we provide, cannot help in every instance. We need to call on our region to stand up and protect our community members. So that's really what this is about for me, and perhaps I can turn it to my co-author, Supervisor Hahn. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for partnering and letting me co-author this motion. Thanks to the County Council for the time and effort you put into writing this proclamation of emergency. And this is very different. The circumstances that we have found ourselves in before, where we declared emergency, had to do with weather, floods, fire, earthquakes, moving land, and homelessness. But this is the first time that I can remember that we're confronting a crisis engineered by our own federal government. But I think our county council lay out very clearly in this proclamation the fear, the pain, and the disorder that these ICE raids are causing our communities. We have residents afraid to leave their homes. I have constituents contacting my office because their family members never came home, and they don't know if they were taken by ICE or where they've been taken. We have entire families who are destitute because their fathers or mothers were taken from their workplaces and they have no way to pay their rent or put food on the table. These ICE raids are being carried out indiscriminately against people based on the color of their skin, where they work, their accent. They are terrorizing our residents, both immigrant and non-immigrant alike. Just last week, masked ICE agents raided our own county park in San Pedro, the Dean Dana Friendship Park, and took 3 people who were just there walking in the morning. And I want to give a big shout out to our county staff, Maria Chavez particularly, who was calm and cool and really tried to handle the situation the best she could, even when they threatened to arrest her. LA County is the largest county in the nation, but up against the federal government, it feels like we're David and Goliath. We're David going against Goliath. But that has a good ending, and maybe this will too. We're going to struggle with how not to only confront this onslaught, but help the people who are suffering. And I want our residents to know that we will use every tool at our disposal in this fight. I want our immigrant communities to know that we are in this emergency with them. We see them, we understand what they're going through, and as their county government, we want to be in this with you, for you, and use every tool at our disposal to win this fight. And for that reason, I think this emergency proclamation is not just symbolically important as a message to our immigrant community, but critical to how we move forward in our response as this crisis continues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Supervisor Horvath and Hahn for bringing this motion, a proclamation of local emergency for federal immigration in the County of Los Angeles. We here on the board have passed several initiatives to help support our immigrant community, one of which is creating sensitive locations, that policy to help provide protections to our residents as well as to our own county employees. We've established Represent LA, a defense fund to help many of our residents here, and we hope to continue that effort. But it isn't just about that, it's also making sure that we provide assistance to our small businesses. We've even developed a resiliency fund and a cash aid program to help our families. But we know that our dollars are somewhat limited here in the county, and we need to call on other resources, whether it's other departments or outside of the county, philanthropic groups, as well as utilizing funding that already comes our way through Measure A, or also looking at CFCI funding to help, because they have in the past provided assistance for rental assistance and for evictions. So I know that if there's a will, there's a way, and it's really more of casting a light and showing that we support those many immigrant families that look like many of us here in the audience, that actually have not caused any criminal activity, but nonetheless have been picked up in many ways and have not been officially charged. Some are still awaiting to be heard before a judge, and some from LA County have been detained in outside areas of the county. We know there's a lot more to do, but I will tell you, from what I see in my own district, there is a fiscal impact that is occurring, and a lot of it is being lodged against small businesses, many of our mom and pops that have tried to recover during COVID and still have not been able to stabilize their economic situation. We have a lot of work to do, and I know there are many people waiting to hear what the county is doing and how we can engage them. My hope is that other cities, some of the 88 cities, will come forward and assist us in any way that they can, to know that we have a partnership here. And when the county does put a call out for action, typically many of the cities in the incorporated areas also follow suit. So I think this is a way of encouraging that ability to bring people together and to understand that we take pride in all of our immigrant residents who have really helped to foster the economic growth here in the county. And we need to be ready and prepared in the next 2 years for those big games that are coming here. The workforce that we rely on right now is afraid to come out in many ways, whether it's in construction and rebuilding and in Altadena or Palisades. We have families that are not utilizing our hospitals, our clinics, because they're fearful that they somehow, their information will be shared with ICE, or even very basic necessities like going out and attending food pantries to collect food for their families. They're afraid to go out and even receive free food that the county and other volunteers and CBOs are providing. So we need to do better and let them know that people are welcome here in Los Angeles County. I support this measure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, the abductions that have been ordered by the White House and are being carried out by federal agents and others since January are without question horrific and unacceptable, to say the least. And I have to say that they're not new to this country's history. And frankly, they've never been acceptable. And the frightening thing to me is that that direct harm, these kidnappings, aren't the only thing our communities are experiencing. I think the federal government's actions have emboldened others to commit acts of race-based violence and hate. The hanging of young Black men, the verbal and physical assault of people of Asian descent, and targeting individuals who, from their perspective, don't look like they're US citizens. I am not referencing historical actions. These are things that are taking place today, each and every day in our county and across the country. And so I think it's important that we respond swiftly and appropriately. I, as a board member who represents communities like Little Ethiopia and Koreatown, representing a significant Haitian population, I'm painfully aware of what our communities across LA County are witnessing and experiencing and the fear it evokes. So I have a question for County Council as we consider this motion before us today. We are all seeing actions on the news, places like Chicago, other places, other municipalities that are, I think, going beyond the concept of a sensitive location, but where we're seeing the fact that federal agents aren't invited, aren't into hotels to stay, aren't welcomed into restaurants. We see citizens and municipalities taking real, meaningful, tangible action against these federal agents being in their communities. Is there anything in this declaration that would empower us to take similar action?
Supervisor, as mentioned, the declaration of emergency allows the county to promulgate orders and regulations to provide for the protection of life and property However, the complication here is that the federal actions are being carried out by federal agents, and so there is the issue of federal law and what restrictions are on members of the public with interfering with immigration enforcement. So there are legal risks to becoming involved in preventing federal agents from carrying out their actions. The county has a sensitive locations policy, which relates to county property and restricts the ability of federal agents to access non-public county areas. Some of the actions that you're discussing, and we can certainly look at them more, involve private property, businesses, and so there is limits to what the county can do to regulate private actions in those spaces.
And, I appreciate we've had conversation of kind of legal risks. And if we feel very strongly that these are immoral, unethical actions, and then that leaves an opportunity for the county to lean in and be willing to take the legal risk to provide real protections to our residents. You went through at the request of Supervisor Horvath kind of the list of what actions or protections this action could take, and you talked about mutual aid. You didn't mention the federal government, and so I just want to make sure that we are very careful that we don't have an unintended consequence with this motion, that we aren't inviting further federal interference in local affairs under the guise of mutual aid. And so I want to clarify, you mentioned the state government, and so this declaration is not asking the federal government for mutual aid?
That is correct, Supervisor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you. One more question for clarification, and you might not know in the moment, but understanding that there have been implications around the application of the supremacy clause for certain actions that have been taken. What happens if federal agents are carrying out illegal actions such as the seizure of citizens, including on public property? Does the supremacy clause still apply?
Supervisor, we would argue that it does not, and in fact, as you may know, the county is an intervener in the Perdomo case, which is challenging the unlawful enforcement actions being carried out in Los Angeles County. The county, along with a number of other local jurisdictions, are interveners in that case.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who wish to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Philip Mayer, Joseph Ramos, Wendy Lopez, Maria Herrera, Erica Valles, Fernando Isai, Bijan G., Eva Garcia, Antonio Martinez, Evelia Montano, and Cristina Garcia. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 15, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Will caller 347-525 please state your name? Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Alyssa Diaz, Director of Public Policy for the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber shares the Board of Supervisors' concern over the treatment of immigrant families across the region in connection with recent immigration enforcement actions. However, the Chamber has several concerns with the measure proposed in item 15, as our understanding that this is the first step towards moving a proposed rent relief program. Because the contemplated ordinance would create an affirmative defense to an eviction proceeding, it is misleading to refer to this as an eviction moratorium. Continuing to reference the idea in this manner risks confusing landlords as well as tenants, with the especially undesirable risk of raising false hopes among a vulnerable population. The Chamber is also concerned that this idea has not been fully considered, given the real likelihood that the county will expose itself to more financial liability, and the self-certification aspect of the county's proposed ordinance risks introducing yet more peril to the families it seeks to protect from eviction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caller 323632, please state your name. You are unmuted. Please begin.
Hi, I'm calling to support item 15, urging you to vote yes. These uncertain times are not just affecting families facing violence and expulsion due to the raids, but there are ripple effects in our county. Recently, at my dentist in Torrance, a waiting room that usually holds over 20 patients was empty because patients were canceling. That large office could see layoffs, increasing housing insecurity. Caregivers were on the front lines during the pandemic. Now, fear keeps them from providing essential care. If they stop showing up for the elderly, who will step in to care for our loved ones? Immigrants are suffering regardless of status. Trauma can echo across generations like throwing a stone into a calm lake. We inherit it and code it in our DNA through epigenetics. Protecting our community is within your grasp. The effects of your votes will be felt for years to come. I've been an LA County resident for 15 years. Thank you, Supervisors Horvath and Hand and all the board.
Thank you. Janet Gagnon, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Janet Gagnon with the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. Make no mistake, this emergency declaration is a first step towards a countywide eviction moratorium, as stated by County Council at last week's board meeting. Supervisor Horvath's original motion clearly included eviction protections for impacted households, and nothing in the current motion and draft declaration excludes this action. An emergency declaration will push more mom and pop owners out of the rental housing market. Many are already struggling due to 2 earlier county moratoriums for COVID-19 and the wildfires that caused huge financial loss. The third moratorium will be the final straw for many, pushing them out of the housing business. Like any small business, they have monthly bills that must be paid, including mortgage payments, sewer, trash hauling, repairs, insurance premiums, and others. They rely on prompt payments to cover these costs. When these owners lose their
Thank
properties,
you. Caller 323239, please state your name. Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Yesenia Kush with COFEM, the Council of Mexican Federations, speaking on behalf of the Immigrants RLA, and I'm calling to strongly support the county's declaration of a local emergency in response to harmful immigration enforcement actions. Families in our communities are losing income, facing family separation, and experiencing housing insecurity because of immigration raids. Today, with the rains, a lot of our street vendors are still outside trying to sell what they have to sell. Our farm workers are out in the fields because they cannot take a day off of work. And this declaration is an opportunity for the county to work with trusted community organizations to build rapid response infrastructure, protect families, and ensure immigrant communities have access to legal housing and health resources without fear. Our communities are in crisis. Please ensure this declaration leads to concrete support that keeps families safe, stable, and together. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath's iteration is a pathetic, disgraceful, deceitful representation of sworn duty to local, state, and federal governance. The childish refusal of all supervisors to place and properly use the word illegal before the word immigrant is more harmful than any ICE intervention. This is an emergency of your making, and your hide-and-seek Oxen-free mentality is a disservice to all. ICE's systems are overtaxed as like county systems. The disingenuous comments and race-baiting and shameful comments of Supervisor Mitchell only exacerbate the delusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Rivers, your line is open. You may begin.
name is Alicia Rivers, representing the Los Angeles County Business Federation, also known as BizFed. While BizFed does not have a position on declaring a state of emergency, we understand this order may be connected to a potential eviction moratorium, which we strongly oppose. We recognize these are separate motions. However, if today's order creates a path for another eviction moratorium, it raises significant concern. Housing providers are still recovering from the last emergency order, which resulted in billions in uncollected rent and restricted rent increases for years. We are sympathetic to tenants and families impacted by ICE activity. Still, tying this emergency order to another eviction moratorium would further destabilize housing providers and worsen the loss of affordable housing across LA County. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Caller 818-645, please state your name. Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Thanks. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. And obviously, sounds like the Chamber of Commerce is not excited about it. I think people are traumatized thinking that this is an eviction moratorium as opposed to an emergency of a different kind. So I think we have to clarify that to make it very clear that when families get detained, there's an emergency, and that's happening. So we have to do something. But let's look at the unintended consequences before we start blowing hard and making proclamations and all sorts of crazy shit that could, in fact, backfire when dealing with an unhinged lunatic at the helm with the woman at the airport piping in her partisan rhetoric. I think what we need to do is be smart before we go headlong. We can, by talking about it, you're already causing a good transparency and bright light on this, how this is not acceptable in LA County. But let's get the details right, because unintended consequences and big legal bills are not what we need, because you've already covered that.
Thank you. DG, your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Yes, hi. My name is Doreen, and I'm considered a mom and pop and manage my own property in the city of LA. I want to start with, I do not agree with the treatment of the vulnerable population that has been exposed to, but I disagree with the consideration of an eviction moratorium for those who are vulnerable. I truly believe the Board of Supervisors are operating on emotions and retaliation. The supervisors are trying to bend the law in favor for and look good to those who are illegally and breaking the law, which is unfathomable. Unauthorized entry into the United States is a civil offense. So you mean to tell me that you would like to bend the law to conform to those who are here illegally? You do understand that most illegals do not pay into the tax system. You also know that there is an estimated $46 billion that is sent back home to their country. Yet here you are trying to aid in this criminal behavior. It seems like the moratorium is in favor to non-law-abiding immigrants who feel privileged enough to reside in another country illegally, demanding equal rights to those of us who has paid into the system.
Thank you. Claudia Jerez, your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, Claudia Jerez, DPSS, DWC, about 3 years. I can say, and this is what I have to say, I think that we have to find a way to, the removals are happening. So we have to find a way, Shirla has to find a way to assist ICE and to how to remove people without causing a tragic event. This is a tragic event for everybody. It's a tragic event for law enforcement. It's a tragic event for the people that are being removed. You need to know that there needs to be a way to remove them in a way that is not tragic, that is orderly, that makes sense, that makes people feel some type of support. I think that is some type of the answer. You understand? It's a very serious situation for people to go through a tragic event like that. And that's what I can say.
Thank you. Chichi Navarro, your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Policy Ambassador with TLC, the Latina Coalition. Today you will be voting on a local emergency declaration in response to harmful federal immigration enforcement. Raids are stripping income, housing, and safety from working class immigrant families across the county. If passed, this declaration must be backed by immediate investments in rapid response infrastructure, legal defense, emergency housing, and trauma-informed services delivered through trusted community partners. The county's own Care First Jail Last motion committed to closing men's central jail, which currently detains immigrants. Yet the recently approved budget protects detention capacity and proposes pulling Measure J Care First dollars away from community investments and towards LASD vacancies. That contradiction undermines the intent of today's vote. If the county is serious about protecting immigrant communities, it must align its budget with its promises. Fund community-led rapid response, legal aid, and housing, not incarceration. Keep families safe, stable, and together. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Emergency declaration is not needed for the county to obtain additional funds to help individuals. Councils at the Board of Supervisors meeting last week. The county has 112,000 employees with a $48 billion budget. Only 614 people have been arrested by ICE per the Rent Brigade's database, and some may have already been released. The county has far more resources than mom-and-pop rental housing providers and should use them to provide direct rental assistance for those impacted households. An emergency declaration is only needed to pass another countywide eviction moratorium. A third eviction moratorium will be the death blow to many mom-and-pop owners struggling from years of unpaid rent from the pandemic and the wildfires. The county will permanently lose more affordable housing. Rental housing providers do not control ICE agents. They have monthly bills to pay that do not stop because of an eviction moratorium. Driving them out of business will hurt far more renters than those who are being impacted by ICE. We urge a no vote on the emergency declaration and ask the county to immediately seek additional rental assistance instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Philip Meyer with the Rent Brigade. So I just want to say first that our statistics there were misattributed. You may have read our report that we published recently in collaboration with the Los Angeles Tenants Union called Displaced and Disappeared, in which we documented the impact that these raids are having upon our immigrant community, particularly in the realm of housing insecurity. These people are left with absolutely no choice. If you can't leave your home, you can't work. These are people that go out every single day and work so hard. I myself witnessed kidnapping by ICE at the Home Depot in Westlake. There are people there who every single day show up. They wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, they show up at 5, and they're there to find a job working on a construction site or feed the people that are going to work on those construction sites. And they work all day, 6 o'clock until 6 o'clock, they feed their kids, they go to bed, and they start over again. These people are left with no choice. So we urge you to declare an emergency and
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Fernando Isai, and I'm here as a member of the Los Angeles Tenants Union, once again reminding you of the urgency of an eviction moratorium in the County of Los Angeles. The Tenants Union brought forth to you our demands for an eviction moratorium in June, and it has now been 5 months of violent kidnappings in our streets and in our homes. And the deaths will continue as long as you neglect to act. Our streets have become a battleground and a cultural landscape that essentially amounts to apartheid. And this is not altogether new to Black and brown communities of Los Angeles County. This is just the most recent in an ongoing series of crises for communities of color, immigrant communities, and working class families. And listening to your account of the effect of the government shutdown on some of our most vulnerable communities in the city, it's clear that the attacks on working class and migrant communities will continue. How many months have to pass before you take this seriously? Because 5 months of meetings and studies is not a serious response to the life and death situation facing your constituents. The Los Angeles Tenants Union presented a proposal for an eviction moratorium, which you all have received, and we ask that you move quickly on preventing any further deaths.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Wendy López y vengo del Distrito 10. Honorable Consejo, solicitamos respetuosamente que se declare el Condado de Los Ángeles en estado de emergencia.
Honorable Supervisors, we ask that you please, we respectfully ask that you please declare a state of emergency on the recent raids. Sorry.
Las recientes redadas han afectado gravemente a nuestras familias. Muchas han perdido sus ingresos y requieren asistencia inmediata.
The recent raids have affected many of our families. Many people have lost their jobs and need your support.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Of 15, we need a moratorium on evictions. I understand that this is a vote for a state of emergency, but we need the moratorium on evictions. As it is, the rents are artificially overinflated in Los Angeles. So that's what I say to the landlords. Short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, mi nombre es María Herrera y vengo del distrito número 9.
Estoy aquí porque quiero pedirle a todo el concejal que si por favor declaran estado de emergencia para el condado de Los Ángeles, que den una moratoria, es lo que les vengo a pedir yo el día de hoy.
Hello, my name is Mari, and I'm here from District 1. I'm here asking for you to declare a state of emergency and to support eviction moratorium.
Solamente eso. Digo,
It
gracias.
is just this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Bijan. We urge the supervisors today to vote in favor of a state of emergency in response to violent ICE raids, as well as pass an eviction moratorium. Let's look at the reality on the ground. Immigrants who are kidnapped are at work. They are outside. Janice Hahn said we need to use every tool at our disposal to protect people. Tenants need to stay, tenants affected by this need to stay inside. It's very simple. We need a concrete solution to protect people in order so that they can stay housed and protected against evictions and deportation. These are people who are working. They need to stay housed. Landlords, there was a Catherine Barger's comment that landlords are going to be financially responsible for this crisis. Basically means that if working class immigrants are made to be poorer and homeless and deported due to violent Gestapo agents, that the bottom line shouldn't be affected.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Antonio Martínez. Soy miembro del colectivo Poder Comunitario y estoy aquí para decirles que nos urge la moratoria de renta.
Hello, my name is Antonio Martinez. I'm a member of Community Power Collective, and I'm telling you that it is urgent that you do an eviction moratorium.
Las redadas han afectado gravemente la economía de nuestras familias. Muchos hemos perdido trabajo y si no se aprueba esta moratoria, podemos perder también nuestros hogares.
The raids have affected us financially. Many of us have lost our jobs, and if you don't act on this, we could also lose our homes.
No se trata solo de números, se trata de personas, de familias enteras, de niños que podrían terminar en la calle.
It's not just about numbers. This is about people. This is about families. This is about children that could end up on the street.
Por eso les pedimos, con respeto pero con firmeza, que actúen ya, que aprueben la moratoria y que escuchen la voz del pueblo.
This is why we ask gently but firmly that you approve the moratorium and that you listen to the voices of the pueblo.
Porque todos merecemos vivir con dignidad y sin miedo. Moratoria es ya, por nuestras familias y por nuestra comunidad. Thank you.
Because we all deserve to live with dignity and in peace. Eviction moratorium now.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Evelia Montano y estoy aquí para decir que es urgente una moratoria de renta.
Hello, my name is Evelia Montaño, and I'm here to tell you that it is urgent to have an eviction moratorium.
Nuestras familias siguen siendo afectadas por las redadas. Muchas personas han perdido sus trabajos, sus recursos y ahora no tienen cómo para pagar la renta ni la comida.
Our families are continuously affected by the raids, and many people have lost their jobs and now are in danger of our inability to pay for their rent or even for food.
Estamos viviendo con miedo mientras el gobierno federal sigue discriminando y arrestando a nuestra gente solo por el color de su piel.
We are living in fear while the federal government continues to discriminate us and arresting us simply for the color of our skin.
Por eso les pido con todo el corazón que aprueben la moratoria ya, porque no podemos seguir así. Queremos vivir con dignidad, sin miedo y con justicia para todos.
This is why I'm asking you with my heart to please approve the eviction moratorium now, because we cannot continue living like this. We want to live with dignity, without fear, and with justice for everybody.
Moratoria ya por nuestras familias y por nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Eviction moratorium now for our families and for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Cristina García. Soy miembro del Poder Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Hello, my name is Cristina Garcia. I am a member of Community Power Collective.
Estoy aquí para pedir por una moratoria para todo, para no desalojos,
I'm here to ask for an eviction moratorium so that there are no evictions.
porque no podemos salir a trabajar. Miro a mis vecinos
Because we cannot go out to work while I see my neighbors,
y da impotencia ver cómo ellos están con miedo de los desalojos porque no hay dinero.
and I feel impotent seeing how there is no money for rent because and the fear of eviction.
Para pagar la renta, por eso es importante que firmen para la moratoria.
Because we have no money for rent, that's why it's important for you all to sign for an eviction moratorium.
Gracias por escuchar a nuestra comunidad. Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for listening to our community and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Eva García.
Hello, my name is Ana Garcia.
No tengo ganas. Hoy, viniendo de la corte, viene uno sin ganas.
So I'm a little stressed. I'm coming here from court, so I'm not in the best of places.
Y no es un caso de deuda de renta.
And it's not a case of rent debt.
Pero cada uno que se para en la corte da miedo que vamos a perder un hogar.
But every single time we're in front of court, we're always afraid of losing our homes.
Tenemos muchos inquilinos con deuda de renta allí en corte.
We have many tenants with rent debt right now in court.
Entonces es importante una moratoria de renta.
And so it's important that there is an eviction moratorium.
Porque esto está a favor de los dueños.
Because this is all in favor of the landlords.
Es una oportunidad para ellos para poner al mercado la vivienda.
This is another opportunity for them to put our homes on the market.
Por eso es urgente una moratoria.
This is why it's urgent for a moratorium.
Porque los dueños son unos ambiciosos y no tienen corazón.
Because landlords are ambitious and they don't have a heart.
Es urgente una moratoria.
It's urgent for a moratorium.
Porque cada día ver una familia sin hogar
Because every day that we have to see a family without a home
destroza el corazón.
breaks one's heart.
Yo a veces estoy tensa de pensar cada que llegamos a la corte,
Because I'm always tense to think every single time that I come to court,
pensando que vamos a perder este caso.
thinking that we're going to lose our case.
Y no es por una deuda de renta.
And it's not for a rent debt.
Pero la deuda de renta sí lleva a un desalojo.
But rent debt does lead to a displacement.
Por eso necesitamos que hagan conciencia y por favor se toquen el corazón.
And this is why we need you to have a conscience and please listen to your heart
Y aprueben la moratoria.
and approve the eviction moratorium.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go back to remote speakers. Caller 626-246, please state your name. Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Diana Scamilla. I'm here with Caresen and the Coalition with Immigrants RLA. I want to thank the supervisors for introducing the local emergency declaration, and I want to ask all supervisors to support it. This is the kind of bold actions I want to see LA County take when it is under attack. It has been documented that the federal immigration raids have had the same chilling effect as COVID-19 pandemic. Community members are scared to leave their homes for necessities such as going to work and taking their kids to school, and many of whom I hold close to my heart have chosen to self-deport. LA County is home to nearly 3.5 million immigrants, over a third of the county's total population. Whether you're an immigrant or not, we are all interconnected, and this is going to impact us all. Declaring a local emergency can strengthen the county's position and advocating for state resources, bringing additional funding, and paying attention to the issues that are harming the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 562-858, please state your name. Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Hi, Felicia Stukin here, a senior citizen, a retired teacher. I rely on my ownership at a small apartment building in Long Beach to pay my bills. I oppose this eviction moratorium. It would be endless as it's up against legal federal immigration law. It would be devastating to be placed on the backs of small owners. It's kind of like a grandma-grandpa operation on mine in addition to the mom and pop. Your previous COVID eviction moratorium went on for many years. I had to stop renting. I couldn't afford the court battles. The policy was full of fraud and abuse, as would this one be. It's just too hard to monitor. Lastly, today would be Charlie Kirk's 32nd birthday, and yet your lengthy opening celebrated only the lives of dogs and cats. Even as an avid pet owner, I'm just shocked at that. Thank you for the freedom to speak out. Charlie died for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 310-462, please state your name. Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Yaritza Gonzalez, and I'm calling on behalf of Carecen, the Central American Resource Center, representing the Immigrants RLA Coalition in support of item 15. Carecen has witnessed firsthand the impacts of the ongoing ICE raids that are having in our immigrant community, which have caused family separations and other hardships. The local emergency declaration underscores the urgent need for a coordinated county response to federal prosecution and attacks on immigrants in our region. This action will create opportunities to expedite local resources to mitigate the critical impacts on immigrant communities. We urge the board to approve item 15 for a local emergency declaration for federal immigration actions in LA County. Thank you.
Thank you. Maya Daniels, your line is unmuted. You may begin.
As well as the Immigrants RLA Coalition. I work and live within District 2. I'm here to strongly support the county's declaration of a local emergency in response to harmful immigration enforcement actions. Immigrant families of various diasporas in our community are losing income, facing family separation, and experiencing housing insecurity because of these immigration raids. This declaration is an opportunity for the county to work with trusted community organizations to build rapid response infrastructure, protect families, and ensure immigrant communities have access to legal, housing, and health resources without fear. We urge for the county to ensure that this declaration is paired with investments in housing, legal defense, and disaster relief. These communities are in crisis. Please act swiftly and partner with community orgs so this declaration truly can protect immigrant families across Los Angeles County. I want to say thank you to Supervisors Horvath and Hahn for your leadership in authoring this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Lopez, your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Youth worker and have lived in my home for over 28 years. I'm here to strongly support the emergency declaration and thank the Board of Supervisors for bringing this up. As a person directly impacted and fighting my eviction, I know firsthand the experience of not being able to go outside and having to fundraise for my rent so that the landlord cannot evict me. As of October 1st, my landlord has rejected my rent in efforts to displace me, even though I had all the money. I continue to fight for my home, but also for my community as an organizer with the Long Beach Tenants Union. Supervisor Hahn, I strongly urge you to support this emergency declaration and an eviction moratorium to save our communities from devastating pain and also destabilization in many forms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caller 206-471, please state your name. Your line is unmuted. You may begin. Caller 206-471, you may begin.
Yeah, is that me? Is that me?
Yes.
Okay, so first off, my name is Arrogant Hollywood, and well, I wasn't really prepared for the, I didn't know you guys were going to come on like that. So the reason why I'm calling this because you need to turn over, you've been told for nearly 2 consecutive years during at least 5 separate board meetings, you need to turn over overturn racist and illegal criminal case, GA 114055. You've been told for nearly 2 consecutive years during at least 5 separate board meetings that pursuant to United States versus Bagley, you need to turn over disclosed phony and bogus LSD GoPro video recording.
Sir, we're on item number 15. We're on item number 15. You need to keep your comments to that item.
Then I'll wait for public comment. That's fine. I'll talk to him in public comment.
Okay, next caller, please. Next caller, please.
Thank you. Caller 818-855, please state your name. Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Okay, Loretta Lorraine, I think I'm going to say it like this. America is beautiful, but right now we got a criminal in the White House. If anybody should be criminalized, it's him, because he's taking people in innocent people for no reason, treating them like criminals, taking them away from their jobs, their children, and also in our community. This man is ridiculous. Ladies, y'all do what y'all got to do, and I hope y'all make the right decision for the people. They can go back to work, get housing, and do what they got to do. Because in the transgender community, I've been here from 1968, and if we have had good leaders. Also, Robert Kennedy Jr. died. Robert Kennedy died here for making a difference for the immigrants, and also Mel Bradley, and also your dad over there. What is her name? But anyway, she's there. But y'all make a
Thank
difference
you.
and make it.
Luis Lopez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Lopez, and I'm speaking on behalf of Alliance for a Better Community, a Los Angeles-based Latino advocacy organization, which is also a member of IRLA Coalition. We strongly support the county's declaration of a local emergency in response to harmful immigration enforcement actions. Across many neighborhoods in Los Angeles, families are living in fear and entire households are being destabilized by sudden immigration raids. There's an urgent need to strengthen rapid response efforts and expand access to legal, housing, and health services through trusted community-based partners. And this declaration is a chance to address that need. We urge the county to make this declaration turn words into actions that protect and preserve the safety and unity of immigrant families. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 15 is before you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. Just a quick question, Madam Chair. I remembered it when I looked up and I saw Ms. Anderson sitting over there at the CEO's desk. Were you able to determine how much private funds had been raised in relation to the question I posed last week as we talked about rent relief? It occurred to me both as I saw her and as people talked about rent debt.
So Supervisor, I can give you a general answer, and if more details are needed, Ms. Anderson's here to supplement, but the answer is not yet. We had productive conversations over the weekend. I personally spoke with folks over at Philanthropy, as did Ms. Anderson, and we have a commitment for a response to the board. The specific questions you raised: how much funding was raised, who benefited, and who benefited from those investments in the community. But that's a work in progress. We expect to have that soon.
I appreciate that. And second, as I think about our other emergency declarations, I think it's the homelessness emergency declaration. We get kind of periodic updates on where we are. And as I listen to county council, as I listen to others, I think kind of express their expectations or what they think the emergency declaration will do. How will we in the public be updated on what's happening as a result of us taking this action? Just so we all can know that as a result of today's action, these things are different, are better in the county. How will we know that?
So Supervisor, after the declaration of the homeless emergency, there was a motion that followed up on that with some specific directives for actions to be taken, including regular reporting. We can do one of two things. We can model our public reporting on what was in that motion so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, or we can work with offices to have something more some more specific direction to our office, to county council, to departments to implement that aspect of the directive.
I would leave that to the authors of today's motion, but I do think it would be helpful to educate and manage expectations of both the public as well as us, like what's happening.
I just want to note that one of the concerns that was raised with regard to where we go next is more documentation of certain actions. So with that concern in mind, I'm fine with reporting. Obviously, we want to make sure that it's doing what we want it to do. I just want to make sure that we're not doing things that might be typical in other processes, but in this case might put people further in harm's way.
I completely agree. I think my desire is to making sure that we know what's happening to decide if we need to do more. That I don't want to assume that just today's action is enough. And so absent information, we won't know that. So I completely agree. I don't want to put people in harm's way. But I also want to know if what the action we've taken is enough in case more needs to take place. Thank you.
And then can I ask for clarification, because everyone's testifying over eviction moratorium. Does the motion before us today do that? Can someone for the record state that it does?
No, this is not, the board is not voting on an eviction moratorium today.
So what does today's action do? County Council.
It proclaims an emergency based upon the federal enforcement actions.
What is going to change tomorrow in terms of what the county does?
Well, with the declaration of emergency,
we're talking about maintaining expectations. So what tomorrow will this do?
Has access to the emergency powers that we discussed earlier. And so we would need further direction from your board to implement specific actions.
So today's action really doesn't change anything tomorrow?
Correct. There is a declared emergency now.
Okay. Executive Officer, or moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
No.
Supervisor Barger, no. Motion carries. 4 ayes, 1 no.
All right, we'll now go on to public comment for matters not held by the board.
At this time, we will hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by supervisors and general public comment. These consent items will be acted upon with one motion. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on these items, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on a telephone. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take remote speakers. This will be for all items not held by the board for discussion and general public comment. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Philip Mayer, Rosie Espinoza, and Pat Mulcahy. Caller 818-645, please state your name. Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Brevin. This is general public comment and all of the items except for the immigration discussion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's 4:25 for the record, but thank you for that. Well, I was kind of like thinking about the elections infrastructure item. Apparently, we've got now new signature recognition machines. This is item 17. They can process up to 135,000 ballots an hour, which is super fast and efficient. And I wonder if Jeremy Gray is there. He used to work over at Dean's office. And did I hear correctly that he's now taking over for Davenport, who stepped off temporarily? That is a impressive upgrade because he was previously at the executive office doing some of the dirty work that I was involved in. They were doing the dirty work against me, but it was charming and fun. But wow. Congratulations, sir. Impressive. Again, for items 16 and 21, at least we know now that we are going to continue with this. It's an emergency, no more questions from the public. Thank you. But when it comes to no bid extensions of contracts and so on and so forth. I mean, I do have mixed feelings about that, I'll be honest. Now, 700,000 for excessive force is modest. But let me pivot to general public comment now, because I'm sure we get at least several minutes. I want to just make one comment. In November 7th through the 13th, there's a screening of a movie called Schindler's Space Architect. It's about a very interesting immigrant to this country named Rudolph Michael Schindler. He was an architect. And he came here in the teens. It was not a pleasant environment for immigrants at the time, following World War I, but he made a great mark on modern architecture. I think that the movie's great. Meryl Streep is the narrator, if you can believe it, and I would just urge people to go see it if they're interested in modern architecture and those things. And there are 3 or more in Studio City, Supervisor Horvath. So I'm going to reach out to
Thank
your
you.
staff.
Roy Humphreys, please state the items you wish to address. You may begin.
This is general public comment. In the failure of the board to recognize the monument of accomplishment in the Middle East yesterday, and unlike the View, you authorize you to mention Donald Trump, who is an outstanding. We're so blessed to have him for this country, et cetera. And then we must also recognize David Martinez of Rowland Heights, California, who has been the master in keeping the Buckboard Days Parade, which is happening this Saturday here in Rowland Heights. So y'all come out and have a good time, and we appreciate that, and we certainly appreciate David Martinez done a stellar job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller 206-471, please state your name, the agenda items you are addressing. You may begin.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. It says, my name is Arrogant Hollywood. So you've been told for nearly 2 consecutive years during at least 5 separate board meetings you need to overturn racist and illegal felony criminal case GA-114055. You've been told for nearly 2 consecutive years during at least 5 separate board meetings that pursuant to United States versus Bagley, you need to turn off disclosed phony and bogus LLC-created GoPro video recordings GL010586, GL010587, and GL010588. That depict and display Arrogant Hollywood shutting off his GoPro camera or wearing different clothing than he actually had on February 21st, 2023. That your DA recklessly played, presented, and admitted inside the Criminal Superior Court of California courtroom on April 4th, 2023, April 5th, 2023, and February 2nd, 2024. Hey, listen up. This case is growing like a cancer. It's not going to go away. It's already in front of a judge, and you're about to get sued for about $71 million. So keep playing. But I'm not playing, and you got a written public comment.
Thank you. Caller 310-729, please state your name, the agenda items you are addressing. You may begin. Caller 310-729, you may begin. We'll take
My name is Elise Orr, and I'm a Santa Monica resident. My comment is regarding the county's lack of community engagement or adequate notice prior to the imminent opening of the county-funded and approved behavioral health bridge housing facilities for the unhoused persons with serious mental illnesses located at 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue in Santa Monica. Community members have not received basic information, such as how residents will be screened for placement in these facilities, or what operational policies will be in place to support the success of the facility's residents and the safety of the surrounding community. What little information we do have is that the facility residents will not be subject to drug testing or background checks and will be free to exit the facilities without supervision. This raises serious concerns given there are schools in proximity and locations across the street from the Palisades Park. I ask that you please exercise your discretion and authority to delay the opening and operation of these facilities in order to support transparency and proper public notice.
Thank you.
For your
Claudia Jerez, please state the agenda items you are addressing. You may begin.
I'm just making a public comment and just sort of a dismissal for, I guess, comment for dismissal. My name is Clara Jerez, DPSS, 10 years, DWC, 3 years. What I want to say is that it is important that we recognize that everything that we talk about in this supervisors meetings are very important, and we have to be conscientious that everything that we do matters to everybody and impacts all of us. So, I think about it this way. I want to make a thorough evaluation about what is it that I will say. And I tell you, it makes a difference to think about others and think about how others will be impacted, and what you say and what you do in the meetings. And I have to say that I'm glad and I'm happy that you have me here and that you're giving me the opportunity.
Louise Blanchard, please state the agenda items you're addressing. You may begin.
Louise Blanchard, I'm calling to voice my extreme disappointment and opposition to the 2 behavioral bridge housing facilities at 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue in Santa Monica. These facilities have been slipped under the radar and approved without proper due process and in violation of Prop 1 and the Good Neighbour policy, and I urge you to please pause the opening of these facilities until proper due process can take place. It is unfair to a neighbourhood already under strain from homelessness, the recent fires, declining tourism, and this will only make things worse. I've learned there will be an open door policy where the severely mentally ill can roam the streets, and we residents and business owners do not believe this location is appropriate. Palisades Park is directly opposite the site and is one of our most iconic parks for watching the sunset, is always filled with tourists, and where we bring our children. We deserve and demand due process to be followed. Please, Leslie Horvath, thank you for your time.
Thank you. CC Grayson, please state the agenda items you wish to address. You may begin. CC
Here
Grayson?
today to express my concerns. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm here to express my concerns regarding the proposed facilities at 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue. I want you to know I have extensive experience working with deeply impoverished and underserved communities, both in Los Angeles and in South Africa. And I know the deep needs that lie here with those with mental disability.
Are you there? We'll take her later. We'll get her back on the line. We'll go to the next caller. Kelly, please state the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
Yes. Hi, my name is Kelly Smith, and I'm a Santa Monica resident, and I want to address Supervisor Horvath. I'm deeply concerned about your decision to house individuals at 413-825 Ocean Avenue with severe mental illness. I care deeply about this issue. My brother has cycled through the LA County mental health system for over 30 years. He's lived on Santa Monica's beaches, parks, and streets. When unmedicated, he can be unpredictable and unstable. The only times he's stable are when he's in a controlled environment with medical supervision, counseling, and medication management. The center that has been hired to manage these locations confirmed that they do not provide on-site care, medication management, or adequate security, and they don't require sobriety. This project prioritizes one population and poses serious risks to the larger surrounding population of residents, schools, businesses, and seniors. I urge you to halt these openings and work with Santa
Thank
Monica
you.
to develop a human...
Enzo Derbogosian, please state the agenda items you wish to address. You may begin. He dropped, sorry. Warren Brand, please state the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
The housing facilities at 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue, lack of due process. I'm born and raised in this community. I live next door to one of these proposed facilities. And look, it's just a matter of due process and proper awareness to the community. It's really important. Lindsay Horvath, we really hope that you'll put a pause on this. You know, Santa Monica's in a state of financial distress. They've already announced that. The alleys in this community have been constant with disturbances and things of that nature. The fact that there's not going to be any background checks or sobriety, it's a bad recipe, and we want due process, and we want to see that come through. So we really do hope that you will put a pause to this. Thank you on behalf of everyone in the Santa Monica born and raised community.
Thank you. Danica Klein, please state the agenda items you wish to address. You may begin.
Klein. I'm a Santa Monica resident and the mother of 3 children under 5. I'm here to express my concern about the housing facilities proposed on Ocean Avenue without any real notice or community engagement. Neighbors have not been given basic information like how residents will be screened, what rules or support will be in place, or how safety will be managed. What we do know is deeply concerning. There will be no background checks, no drug testing, and residents can leave unsupervised, all across the street from Palisades Park and near schools and senior housing. This isn't about opposing mental health care. Our community strongly supports compassionate, evidence-based solutions, but the process here, done quietly, without transparency, undermines public trust and the very goals of Governor Newsom's mental health reforms. I'm asking the board to delay the opening of these facilities, ensure proper public notice and community engagement, and review whether the county followed state law before proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah, your line is unmuted. Please state the agenda items you wish to address. You may begin.
I live in Santa Monica. I'm here for public comment. My daughter goes to Roosevelt, which is just an elementary school blocks away from where these two mental health facilities are going to be opened up. This was done behind our backs. We had absolutely no notice. Their safety plan is non-existent. This needs to be paused until there can be due process and engagement with the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hannah Mingala, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Ocean Avenue. I'm also the parent of 3 children, one of you who attend a school a third of a mile away from this shelter. I think that along with everybody else, we need more transparency, due process, and community engagement to understand what the two insufficient to
Hannah, if you
around the schools and into this neighborhood. I ask that you
you're cutting off. If you could please continue.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I would ask for due process while you engage with the community to reassure us about the security protocols that will be in place beyond the 2 security guards who St. Joseph have mentioned to manage the 50 severely mentally ill patients who will be allowed to roam into the parks and around our schools and into our neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amara Hastings, please state the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. You may begin.
My name is Amara Hastings. I am a resident and homeowner in Santa Monica. I'm concerned about the facilities planned for 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue. We all care about and wish to solve the crisis of mentally ill and unhoused people. And yet it is of utmost importance that city and county and state rules and regulations are followed as we work to find solutions. These facilities were planned without due process or engagement of the community whatsoever. I ask that LA County please pause this project in order to re-engage, this time following rules and guidelines to protect all people, vulnerable individuals in need of care, as well as all community members, stakeholders, and constituents. In the past several days since we learned about this, I have been impressed by the compassion and collaboration of our community. The people of Santa Monica are good and fair and deserve to live in a city, county, and state that follows its own rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller 310-367, please state your name, the agenda items you wish to address. You may begin.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Greg Moretta. I'm a former council member from Santa Monica, and I grew up on the south side. I live on the north side now with my wife and 2 kids, a half a block from a planned bridge housing facility. I was an at-risk kid. It was God and community programs that kept me alive. I've worked with at-risk youth in our community for over 25 years now. I know St. Joseph's well. They run our youth diversion program, and I know lots of city and county staff that are hardworking and earnest. However, these good people didn't get this project right. SB 326 and Prop 1 provide us due process. This was forfeited without our knowledge, and that is unacceptable. We have written hundreds of letters to Supervisor Horvath's office and City Council. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for pausing this project and considering the community. We look forward to our right of due process and moving forward.
Thank you. Enzo Debragosian, please state the agenda items you wish to address. You may begin.
I would also like to express my concern about the mental illness facilities that are being planned for 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue. As many other callers and members of the community have expressed, no notice was given to us in advance. We have little to no information about what safety protocols will be put in place to ensure that the community is kept safe and that the residents who are going to be in these facilities are being provided the tools they need to be successful. There seems to be no reason to rush this project through. pausing this project for the time being, allowing the community to engage, allowing all stakeholders to have their voice heard, and allowing critical questions to be addressed about safety for the community at large and measures that are going to be put in place to ensure that the residents placed at these facilities have a chance for success are necessary and essential. I urge the council to pause this project so those things can happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for items not held by the board and general public comment is now concluded. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rosie Espinoza. I'm going to be coming here faithfully every Tuesday, if God willing, to keep promoting the word to protect all children in foster care. If you guys want to hear emergency declaration, and you guys are still trying to extend by amending financial benefits and financial gain, putting these kids in, separating them from families under DCFS, I mean, how is that ever going to be protecting families in general? I've been waiting years. You guys want to pass the statute of limitations to ignore this, but it's not going to be ignored. Look at my precious son. Do you guys have kids? I'm a mother, single mother. That's my only son. I have 3 kids, 3 daughters, and that's my only gift from God, my son, only son. When are you guys going to return him back home, investigate? Everything's already there in the evidence is suppressed. It's all here, but you guys want to just keep ignoring it. How about you start by representing all county residents, city residents, state residents, by helping me reunify with my son, who was wrongfully
Thank you.
taken
Next
away
speaker.
for exploitation.
In regards,
Go ahead.
in regards to children in the foster care system, some of them are autistic. My autistic son called me up, said that he was homeless. The last time I heard from him, he said that someone busted his nose. His name is Luke Mulcahy. In regards to the FBI surveillance of the 8 Republican senators, new department document shows Pam Bondi said it was unconstitutional. Let's see. Pam Bondi said it was unconstitutional, undemocratic abuse of power in regards to the surveillance of 8 Republican senators, new document shows. That has to do with Arctic frost probe, okay? In regards to...
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes our time for public comment on these items.
All right. Executive Officer, the item, please read the items that we will be voting on.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the following items are before you: 2 through 7, 10, 12, 14, 16 through 21, 23 through 27, 28A, 1D through 5D, 1F. These items are before you.
All right, that will be moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
And Supervisor Horvath, I apologize, you wanted to speak.
That's okay. I just wanted to address several of the callers called in about a project that is in my district, not led by my office, but we have engaged. We too are frustrated with the lack of direct communication to the residents, and so we've asked for more community engagement. I've also communicated this with every single member of the Santa Monica City Council, so I appreciate the callers who called in to express their opinion, and the conversation will continue, and we thank the state for granting the extension.
Thank you for that. All right, we will now move on. We have no read-in motions for today, do we?
We don't.
All right, then we will begin with adjournments, beginning with District 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have several. I move today that when we adjourn, we do so in memory of Father Chris Ponet, who passed away on October 7, 2025 at the age of 68. Father Chris was a deeply respected priest, chaplain, and community leader who dedicated his life to serving others with compassion, dignity, and unwavering commitment to justice. For nearly 30 years, he led the Department of Spiritual Care at Los Angeles General Medical Center, where he ministered to patients, family, and staff from every background and belief. He was a board-certified chaplain through the Association of Professional Chaplains and served as administrator for St. Camillus Urban Interfaith Church, and also was an accredited clinical pastoral education lecturer. There, he trained chaplains of many different faiths to provide spiritual care during life's most vulnerable moments. Ordained in 1983, Father Chris was a pastor and chaplain at St. Camillus Parish, serving Los Angeles General, Keck, and Norris medical centers with deep compassion and integrity. Father Chris was a prominent voice in the interfaith social justice movement in Southern California and across the country. He was a leader in Catholics Against the Death Penalty, Southern California, and served as a chaplain for the Catholic ministry with lesbian and gay persons, and was a member of the Pax Christi Southern California leadership team. His commitment to human dignity led to more than 30 arrests for peaceful civil disobedience throughout his lifetime. He was also known for officiating the annual Los Angeles County burial ceremony for unclaimed individuals, those who died alone without family to claim them. Father Chris invited leaders of many faiths to honor the dead with respect, ensuring that even those without a name or family were not forgotten. He turned this simple act into a powerful expression of shared humanity. Born in Temple City, Father Chris was one of 8 children raised by Frank and Louise Ponette. He often spoke of the strong influence of his parents and his mentor, Monsignor John Birch, in shaping both his vocation and his passion for social justice. Through his ministry, his leadership, and his advocacy, Father Chris Ponette uplifted the most vulnerable and reminded all of us of the sacredness of every human life. Today, we remember and honor his legacy. I respectfully request that we adjourn in his memory today to honor his life. And may he continue to inspire service, compassion, and justice in all of us. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Charlotte Lillian Rodriguez Eds, who passed away on Saturday, September 20, 2025, in the comfort of her home, surrounded by loved ones, including her sister and a good friend of mine, Jenny Rodriguez. Charlotte, known affectionately as Lil, was born in Compton on October 30th, 1954, to Robert and Molly Rodriguez. Lil received her K-12 education from schools within the Compton Unified School District. She had the heart of an artist and was a talented, creative craftsperson. It was common to find her working on a craft project or preparing a meal for friends and family members. Lil was lively and an outgoing person who enjoyed listening to music, dining out, and trying new cuisines and traveling. She had a particular love for jazz and loved attending concerts and festivals. Liz was adventurous by nature and embarked on her first trip abroad around the age of 20. She loved exploring new places, meeting new people, and learning about different cultures. Lil's unwavering positivity and resilience in the face of adversity, particularly when she was diagnosed with a progressive illness, was a testament to her courage and strength. Despite the challenges that came with her condition, she fought bravely, surpassing life expectancy predicted by medical science. Lil lived life to the fullest, being loved and admired by her family and many friends. She is survived by her husband, Charn Heads, 4 daughters, Janine, Jessica, Janet, and Justine, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren, and her siblings, Roberta, Jenny, Carlos, Andrea, Evelyn, and Sally. Lil will be remembered for her kindness, her generous spirit, delicious cooking, and zest for life. May she rest in peace. Also, Supervisor Hahn asked me to read this adjournment in for her. I'm reading an adjournment on her behalf, Dr. Mohammed Nushkam. Dr. Nushkam passed away at the age of 95, and he was a doctor for 44 years. He completed his residency in Chester, Pennsylvania, and earned his master's in public health at UC Berkeley. During his career, he served as a civilian medical doctor for the U.S. Army, served with the World Health Organization, and served the United Nations on behalf of his native country of Iran. In his later years, he had his own private practice in Long Beach, California, and retired in 2007. He is survived by his wife of 55 years, Akram Sheikh, and his daughters, Nikki, Nushkam, and Donna Vasquez. and his son-in-law, former Downey Mayor Fernando Vasquez, who some of us may know. I know that Supervisor Mitchell will be adjourning also in the memory of Kent Wong, and also a good friend. If you don't mind, if I could read this. Finally, I just want to say that Kent Wong was a personal friend, and I know a friend of many of us here on the board. I can't even begin to express my sorrow on his passage. I'm deeply saddened by the loss of Kent Wong, and essentially an esteemed community leader and friend who I knew for over 30 years. Kent was not just a dear labor brother, but a tireless champion for workers in our communities. Kent and I worked during my time in Congress and as Secretary of Labor. He visited me often and was absolutely instrumental in shaping policies that truly made a difference for workers. His years of experience in the labor movement here in Los Angeles, fighting for social justice, fair wages, better working conditions, left a lasting impact on so many thousands of us. Kent was also a close friend to Dolores Huerta and my late sister, Dr. Beatriz Solis. Together, they worked passionately to improve the health and well-being of our communities, especially immigrant and undocumented families who often face so many barriers. In 2021, the Board of Supervisors named the UCLA Labor Center in MacArthur Park in the 1st District after Reverend James Lawson Jr. in recognition of his incredible work to improve countless lives. Kent, as you may know, played a key role in making that happen, and in 2023, Los Angeles County officially declared September 22nd as Reverend James Lawson Day, another testament to Kent's work. Kent was a true powerhouse, leading the UCLA Labor Center's effort to advance workers' rights, immigrants' rights, and civil rights. Because of his vision and dedication, labor centers now exist at 9 UC campuses throughout the state of California. He didn't just protect and strengthen workers' rights, he inspired all of us to come together, to support one another, and to keep fighting for justice. My heart goes out to Kent's family, his loved ones, and the many students that he mentored, and I hope that his spirit continues to inspire each and every one of us as he guides us, knowing how important it is in the struggle that we see day to day, and especially as we hear people coming before the Board of Supervisors trying to uplift the role of our immigrant communities. He was a tireless advocate for immigrants. Thank you, and may he rest in peace. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. I won't repeat all of the accolades that Supervisor Solis just mentioned, but I was proud to have known Kent and his amazing life partner, Jay Lee, for many years. They were constituents, lived in the 2nd District. I'm proud to have represented them. So I will just say that when we adjourn today, I ask that we adjourn in his memory for all those reasons, and acknowledge again his partner, Jay Lee, who he met as a student at UC Berkeley. He leaves behind Jay Lee and their 2 sons, Ryan and Robin, his sister, Shelley Wong Pitts, his brother, Marshall Wong, and an extensive network of family, friends, colleagues, and mentees. Though Ken is no longer with us, the profound impact on the lives he touched, the movements he led and helped shape, and the hope he instilled in all of us will endure for generations to come. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Diane Keaton. With heartfelt admiration, we honor her life, the acclaimed actress, filmmaker, and beloved cultural icon who passed away on October 11th, 2025 at the age of 79. A lifelong Angelino and resident of Los Angeles County's 3rd District, Diane's extraordinary journey took her from local theater stages to the world screens, where she redefined authenticity, humor, and depth in American cinema. Her unforgettable performances in Annie Hall, The Godfather series, First Wives Club, Father of the Bride, and Something's Gotta Give made her one of the most celebrated and distinctive voices in film history. Beyond her remarkable acting career, Diane was also a filmmaker, author, and artist whose creativity and curiosity inspired generations. She was passionate about historic preservation, architecture, and the cultural life of Los Angeles, contributing to the vibrancy and beauty of the community she called home in Beverly Hills, Brentwood, and the Pacific Palisades. She is survived by her children Dexter and Duke, and by millions of fans and admirers around the world who will continue to be inspired by her courage, her wit, and her originality. Diane Keaton will be remembered as an icon whose spirit and artistry forever shaped Los Angeles, Hollywood, and the hearts of audiences everywhere. Next, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Vincent Wong. Vince Wong passed away on October 5th, 2025, at the age of 42. Born on November 1st, 1982, in Culver City, Vince was the cherished son of William and Eugenia Wong and beloved brother to Wendy. A proud Trojan, he earned his Bachelor of Science in Public Policy and Management from the University of Southern California in 2003. Vince dedicated his career to public service, social justice, and civic engagement across Los Angeles County. As Director of Government Relations for Michelson Philanthropies and the Michelson Center for Public Policy, and previously as Director of Collective Impact and Vice President for Public Affairs, he advanced animal welfare and social equity legislation at the local, state, and national levels. His advocacy was guided by empathy, integrity, and a belief that lasting change is built through coalition and collaboration. He served on numerous boards and committees, including as board member of the Inner City Law Center, where he championed access to housing, veterans benefits, and homelessness prevention. Vince also lent his voice and leadership to animal grant makers, the National LGBTQ+ Task Force, LA Pride, the People Concern, giving generously of his time and talents to every cause he touched. Vince is survived by his parents, Bill and Eugenia, his sister, Wendy, and her husband, Dr. Brian Huang, and his beloved nieces and nephews, Kylie, Ethan, and Caden. His legacy lives on in the countless lives improved by his work and in the hearts of all who were fortunate to know him. Vince will be remembered for the depth of his character, his commitment to justice, and the many lives he touched. His legacy of compassion and service will continue to inspire us all, and I will always treasure his friendship. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Russell Ibarra, a beloved pharmacist, business owner, and community leader in West Hollywood, who passed away earlier this month at the age of 59. Russell was the pharmacist and owner of Capital Drugs, a cornerstone of the West Hollywood community, known for its personalized care and commitment to wellness. Through his decades of service, he built not only a trusted local business, but also a safe and welcoming space for all, especially those living with HIV and members of the LGBTQ+ community. His dedication to his patients went far beyond prescriptions, offering compassion, education, and support to anyone who sought his help. A deeply involved community advocate, Russell served as a member of the West Hollywood HIV Commission, organized the annual Capital Drugs Health Fair, and participated in numerous local events through the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. His work embodied the spirit of service, inclusion, and care that defines the city he called home. Russell will be remembered throughout West Hollywood and Los Angeles County's 3rd District for his warmth, his humor, and his generosity of spirit. His legacy lives on in the countless lives he touched through his work, friendship, and unwavering commitment to community health. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Barbara Jones Coates, resident of Claremont, who passed away at the age of 102. Barbara attended UC Berkeley, graduating with a degree in sociology. She was involved on campus with student YWCA, as well as Plymouth House College group at the First Congregational Church, Berkeley, where she met Kenneth Coates, her future husband. Barbara had a short stint teaching preschool in the Imperial Valley before returning to Berkeley to work as a secretary with the student YWCA for the remainder of her husband's deployment in the Army. When Kenneth was decommissioned, he attended seminary and was ordained as a minister of the United Church of Christ. Side by side, the couple served churches spanning from Oregon to California and Japan. Barbara started a food bank while in Portland, Oregon, and was active in food banks throughout the Pomona and Long Beach area. She later served as a docent at the California Botanic Garden and engaged with Amnesty International, Churchwomen United, and Claremont United Church of Christ. Barbara and Kenneth eventually retired at Pilgrim Place in Claremont in 1986, where they spent the next 39 years. An avid writer, Barbara often journaled, crafting poems and stories about collecting postage stamps, routinely serving as chair of the stamp booth at the annual Pilgrim Place Festival, and captivating her community with tales. Barbara is survived by her 7 children, Carol, Polly, Lynn, Jim, and David, as well as 7 grandchildren, 5 great-grandchildren, and 10 nieces and nephews. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Guy Rocha, a longtime historian who passed away on Thursday, October 2nd, at the age of 73. Rocha was born on September 3rd, 1951 in Long Beach, California, and raised in Las Vegas. A 2-time state wrestling champion, he graduated from Syracuse University and earned a master's in American Studies from San Diego State University. Rocha began his 3-decade public service career in 1977 with the Nevada State Historical Society and was later appointed the state's 2nd ever archivist. Rocha's integrity and passion made him a trusted resource for journalists and lawmakers alike, who often sought his historical insight and context. He was deeply committed to telling a fuller, more complex story of Nevada, championing his histories of women. Rocha's love for his state's history was matched by his exuberant personality. Friends recalled his fondness for colorful vests, his karaoke performances of New York, New York, and his ability to connect with everyone, from public officials to local waitstaff. His recognition of his lifetime work, Rocha was inducted into the Nevada Press Association Hall of Fame in 2024 and into the National Wrestling Hall of Fame in 2009. He believed that an archivist was an activist responsible for using facts to improve lives. Colleagues described him as an evangelist for Nevada history, a defender of facts who would be on the front line in today's battles over truth. Guy Rocha is survived by his daughter, Victoria, who's a deputy director for the city of Monrovia, his son, Shane, and his half-brother, Jim. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Stephen Moss, who was born November 4th, 1949. He was a devoted husband to Lainey Moss for more than 54 years. He grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, where he became a yo-yo champion in San Ysidro, and once worked as a personal driver for Merv Morris, the founder of Mervyn's. Professionally, Alan spent 45 years as a respected auto parts manufacturer salesman, known throughout the industry for his reliability, professionalism, and warm personality. A lifelong athlete and sports enthusiast, Alan enjoyed baseball, golf, and cheering for his favorite teams, the San Francisco Giants, 49ers, and the Golden State Warriors. As his sons developed their own love of sports, Alan proudly coached their teams and supported their passions both on and off the field. After retiring in 2020, Alan and Lainey moved from Danville, where they had lived for 52 years, to Palm Desert, where they embraced the desert lifestyle, playing pickleball and spending cherished time with their family and friends. Alan will be remembered for his gentle nature, quick wit, and genuine kindness. He treated everyone as family and brought warmth and humor into every interaction. He leaves behind a legacy of love, laughter, and loyalty that will live on through his family, friends, and all who had the privilege of knowing him. He's survived by his son, Jason Moss, sister, Janet Silverman, and is preceded in death by his brother, Arnold Moss. And I move that we adjourn today in memory of Dr. Diane Louise Philibosian, who passed away this weekend. She was a dedicated educator, visionary leader, and lifelong advocate for children and families. With a career spanning more than 5 decades, she imparted a transformative legacy in early childhood education, public policy, and community well-being throughout the county and around the world. She began her academic journey with a BA in French and theater from the University of the Pacific, where she remained a deeply engaged alumni and later served for more than 25 years on its board of regents. Dr. Philibosian earned her PhD in education, curriculum, and instruction from the Southern Illinois University. She held numerous leadership positions at California State University, Northridge, including Associate Dean of the College of Health and Human Development, Director of the Institute of Community Health and Wellbeing, Chair of various academic programs, and many years as a beloved professor. Throughout her academic career, she was a tireless mentor, educator, and researcher, publishing widely on child development, child care policy, and innovative educational strategies. Diane's contributions extended far beyond academia. She was a consultant for organizations such as the David and Lucille Packard Foundation, WellPoint, and the U.S. Air Force, working on initiatives ranging from child care center design to workforce development. Her international work included education and child care consulting in Hong Kong, Japan, Mexico, China, Haiti, and Guam. Dr. Philibosian's community service was also extensive. She held appointments as board positions with the California Governor's Child Development Policy Advisory Committee, Pasadena City College Foundation, Pasadena Playhouse, Western University of Health Sciences, and numerous local, state, and national child care and education initiatives. She was also my appointee to the LA County Child Care Planning Committee. Her achievements have been recognized with numerous awards, including the University of Pacific Medallion of Excellence and the Excellence in Education Award from the Child Care Resource Center of Los Angeles. Diane was married for more than 30 years to her beloved husband, Thomas Seifert, whom she traveled the world with, including all 7 continents. Together, they embrace a life filled with adventure, curiosity, and joy. They shared a passion for entertaining, Pasadena history, and craftsman architecture, making their home, which is an absolutely gorgeous craftsman home overlooking the Arroyo, a warm and welcoming space for family and friends alike. A devoted and doting aunt, Diane showered her nieces and nephews, grandnieces, and grandnephews with affection, stories, and adventures. Her warmth, her creativity, her boundless generosity made her a cherished presence in their lives. Dr. Diane Philibosian will be remembered not only for her professional achievements, but also for the joy, wisdom, and heart that she brought to every single aspect of her life. Her legacy lives on in institutions she strengthened, the lives she uplifted, and the many, many who were fortunate enough to know and love her. And last, I move that we adjourn in memory of Zahrui Azizian, who passed away on October 6, 2025, at the age of 46 after courageously battling cancer for 7 years. She was a beloved mother, wife, daughter, and sister whose strength, dignity, and honesty inspired all who knew her. She lived her life with unwavering integrity and was deeply loved by all. As a celebrity hairstylist, she brought creativity and passion to her work, making lasting impact in the Burbank community and beyond. She was a sister of Lilette Bogigian and of my team. She's survived by her husband, Gregory, and 2 beautiful teenage daughters, Melania and Ayani. Those will be the, we'll take those motions as seconded. There are no objections. The vote will be unanimous. That will be the order. This will conclude our board meeting. The next regular meeting of the board will be Tuesday, October 21st, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you all. Thank you, Sergeant at Arms. Welcome, Sergeant. Thank you to all you in the back. Have a great evening. Go Dodgers.